I was technically on time.
Totally on time.
I think no one's going to be here because I accidentally left it private until the very last moment, but I believe I was very technically on time. Oh my goodness. Well, the Discord will get pinged. I'll get set up, and I'll say hello, thank you, and goodbye to everyone here. And I can't even run. I was going to run a whole bit about how I wasn't even excited to be back and about how I didn't care about them. But then I was super late, so now I can't run that bit. Shit. Oh my goodness, everything's ruined. Everything's ruined. Oh, what is up? What is up? Let me get everything set. The music's not even playing. What are we doing here? Hello. I got back from vacation. We're back. And being back means that we immediately redid our layout. Because it was fun. I also, I can now leak where we went. We went, oh shoot, I have honey all down my cup. Paige, will you do me a favor? Thank you. Thank you. What a thumbnail. AI generated. As I noted in the description, I will note it right at the top here. Not me. I also think it's cool, and I'm thinking about experimenting with more AI generated thumbnails, but I don't want it to be like the only way I do it. It's a funky one, yeah. I was going for something that I didn't end up accomplishing, and then I just ended up getting that one, and I liked it. But yeah, I don't know. And honestly, like if the audience had a problem with me using them, I would very seriously consider that, because ideally long term, I would like to just have a thumbnail person. Like, I would just like to have like someone that made thumbnails for me, because I hate making them. But I also am supremely untalented at drawing and art. So that is one of the places we get to. I figure I'm either using people's images directly or through the AI, so I don't know. What up, John? How you doing? Remember to switch to live chat. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Live chat. Bing, bang, boom. What up, Marina? Everybody, look at my new jewelry. Ooh, this one's not new. This one's the wedding ring. These are the new jewelry. I got this one, which I really like. It's like a little serpent. And then I got this that I continue to not be sure about, because I don't really like watches. They're a little bit, when I'm like laying my hand on a surface to type, they're a little too much. But I kind of like this. It's just a little thick. But I like it. I like it in general. But no, I was just at, oh, what up, Restay? I was just in Lindsborg, Kansas, for their biannual. Is that the word, biannual? Every 2 years. Svensk Hillingfest. Hillingsfest. Which was a ton of fun. I had a great time. Got to see some family. And yeah, it was a good situation all around. Lots of fun. Are we finishing episode 20? Yes. That's at least where we'll start. So today might be a shorter stream. I wouldn't bet on it. Based on how the first half of episode 20 went. So yeah, I would not bet. Biannual, occurring twice a year. Ooh. Diannual? I have no idea. Every other year then. But yeah, so we're gonna be finishing up that one, and might just be a shorter stream, might not. We'll see. I have lots to talk about. I have a lot to talk about. So I don't foresee it being a shorter stream. I'll tell you that much. So I will say, biennial, happening once every 2 years. Interesting. Are we getting the scoop? I'll give you the scoop. So, I took away a few things from last episode. More directly Critical Role and that episode related. Number one, Rakshasa's a great villain. Especially for a mystery specifically. Not only are just intelligent enemies, I almost think intelligent enemies are borderline required to pull off a good mystery. But even disregarding that, the Rakshasa is very good because it is an active trickster. And oh no, did my camera shut off? It probably did. Okay. I know you all can still hear me, so you get to hear me freaking around with it. My camera is one of the oldest parts of my setup, and I had a camera in the Amazon cart on the Prime Day sale, and I was like, no, I can limp along fine. But it's just every other day, it's just getting worse and worse and worse. But the Rakshasa is great because you can lie and trick your players. You're allowed to do that, but only if the players know they're being lied and lied to and tricked. Right? Like if you go an entire campaign and you just think that you're on like a generic hero's quest, or hero's journey, there's an artifact quest line, there's some evil god, and you get to level 20, you get up to the god, and it's like, JK, turns out there was actually this secret organization pulling the strings the whole time, and everything bad that happened was because of them, but you just never knew it. You never figured it out. You never put the clues together. That doesn't feel great. And sometimes that sort of shit happens at the end of books, but normally only as like the intro to a larger series. But that really feels bad in a D&D campaign. On the flip side, if you tell your players at the very beginning, something hinky's going on here, and they try their damnedest, they try everything that they can think of in the first, say, fourth of the campaign to figure out what's going on, to figure out who's tricking them, who they're being lied to by, and they can't figure it out, that's okay. That's totally fine. Like, if you present them with all the same opportunities and they still fail, that's okay because it feels like they're in on it, right? Even if the mystery is still afoot, which wraps me back to the Rakshasa. The Rakshasa is a great enemy for this because they are active tricksters. They are shapeshifters, but they have this very obvious tell about them. And they are actively and knowingly hiding their identities from everyone around them. They're also just by default evil, which helps with morality questions, if that's, not the type of story you're looking to tell. And so I think that the Rakshasa is a great enemy to start this mystery off with because it immediately tells you you cannot trust everything you hear. You will be lied to, both by your eyes, by your ears, by the people around you. Someone, somehow, somewhere is going to lie to you about this quest that you're on. Which is great. That's a really good thing to tell them at the very top of it. As I said last episode, I'm putting together the web and I'm like, this part doesn't make sense. And if I was a player and I saw a part of it that was like, this part doesn't make sense, and I didn't already know I was being lied to, then that could be problematic. It might pull me out of the game a little bit, because I might just think that it's something weird with the DM, like I might not understand, or I might just think that I'm still missing something. Like there's a lot more confusion, there's a lot more uncertainty involved. But the Rakshasa is great because you already know that any uncertainty might be lies, which is a very fun atmosphere to put your players into for a mystery. So, I really, really like the Rakshasa for that reason. The other thing I was thinking about, and this isn't a full... So, mystery has to feel like a mystery, but not a bad... Oh, M. Night Shyamalan movie twist. Yeah. I mean, this isn't just related to mystery. Mystery is just the best, most obvious vehicle to describe it. It's more that it's basically Chekhov's gun, right? It feels better from an audience, and in this case, the players are sort of the audience. It feels better from an audience perspective if you put the gun on stage in the first act and then fire it in the second act. It could feel a little odd if in the second act someone whips out a gun you didn't know they had and shoot. You have to do some other setup to make that make sense. Why does this person have a gun? Are they a cop? Maybe then we could assume they have a gun. Have they talked about owning a gun? Like, it's essentially Chekhov's gun. But in this case, Chekhov's lie, right? For this mystery, if you revealed at the end, oh, it was all a lie, you were getting tricked in XYZ ways, and you never set it up ahead of time, it can feel disjointed. It can feel like it's out of nowhere. The Rakshasa basically lampshades that whole thing. The Rakshasa is the Chekhov's stage. It's not just the gun. Anything could be just because of the Rakshasa. Obviously, it won't be. You know, there are certain things that will be and won't be, but now you've primed your characters to think that way, and that's a really great headspace for them to be in going into a mystery. They are now looking at and analyzing everything you put in front of them. Very nice. Michael Scott improv, yes sir. Yeah. Yeah, you don't want Michael Scott improv. I don't want to find out you're an X-Men in the third act to resolve the crisis. So that's one part I was thinking about. The other part I was thinking about is sort of a combination between planning and pacing. And what I am tentatively calling hourglass planning. This is sort of a new theory that I'm playing around with a little bit, but it's related because I went and watched episode 20, and then I had a little bit of time off, and I'm also like planning for the home game that I'm running, and in the home game it's Blades in the Dark. It's all about factions, underworld dealings, mysteries. It's very much in this. And BitD also, I know, tick the BitD counter. It is very planning light. And so it really encourages you to really hone in on your planning. And the way that I've been thinking about it is like an hourglass. When you are planning a session, a quest, whatever, segment that you are planning, you want to plan it in an hourglass type shape, where you have a thing right in the middle. That thing will happen, right? And that's kind of where you want to focus your efforts. That's where you want to have your monologues. That's where you want to have 4 times this stream. Ooh, I might need to change that language to like 4 times this watch through. So you have your thing right here. For BitD, in my opinion, it's like the twist, right? The twist is kind of that central point where the twist will come up almost no matter what, right? No matter how they approach the job, whether they however they approach the job, the target, if they go in through the sewers, if they talk their way past the guards, if they steal some outfits and, go to the party, if they forge invites, right? That's all the sand down here, right? That's like the big bottom wedge of the hourglass. There are all these different ways, and you shouldn't plan that, right? You shouldn't plan the bottom wedge. Down here, low planning, almost no planning. And then the closer and closer you get is more and more and more planning. The closer you get to that central point in the hourglass where only a single grain is fitting through, right? That's where the most plans should be. That's where your monologues are, your heavy descriptions. You want to make sure that everything feeds up to that. And you get more and more planned as you go up. So even the area really close, you maybe have 3 or 4 different ways that single point could trigger, which could then spread out from there, and you have less planning down there. And then the same on the way out. You have a few key things that maybe you're going to offer to your players. So, the key climax happens, right? The climax happens, and you get. You have all that big planning right here, and then you maybe offer them like, oh, there's a cracked window, there's a door ajar, there's a carriage passing by. You're offering them these kind of essentially potential escape routes, and those can be narrative escape routes, those can be social escape routes, right? I'm not just meaning physical, but basically what are the exits? What is the exit of this scene, right? And you offer a couple of those. And then so those are like, mediumly planned. And then lightly planned is like what's going on in the city around them. So like as they exit, what are just some maybe like general things they might encounter that you can work into the scene if it makes sense. And then up here at the top of the hourglass is no planning again, right? It's this sort of density of planning. Again, tentatively calling it the hourglass planning method. Maybe there will be a video on it someday. Who knows? But that's one of my general theories and ways to go about it. Not to stop your train of thought, FYI, I reposted episode 20's timestamps in Discord in case you have trouble finding them again. Oh, okay, cool. This talk would benefit greatly from some MS Paint. Oh, say less. Say less. Yeah. Let's see here. Why? Oh my god, it's being so weird. Okay. So, yeah, so we've got dink, dink, dink. And right here, this should be the area with the most planning, right? This is your, like, high planning area where you have, like, one thing that's going to happen. You have a monologue that's going to be delivered. This is your kind of climax zone. Right, a very high planning. Very close to that. Very close to that. You maybe have like 3 options, right? So you kind of have 3 options for how are you even going to get into this high planning zone, right? This is like kind of the way in, that's the way out. So on the way in, what are like kind of 3 different options? And these are not high planned. Right, these are not areas of high planning. This is like medium planning. So you're not coming up with monologues. You're not coming up with detailed descriptions. You're not creating loadouts or backstories for these people, This is the medium planning zone. And then we have out here, maybe you have just some prompts. Just some 1-sentence prompters out here of like, just some interesting things happening adjacent to the scene. And this is your low planning zones, right? And they can even be the same thing, right? Depending on the scene, these could literally be copy and pasted in and out. Same thing with the medium planning, even. Depending on the scene, depending on what you're constructing, it could be that. I mean, this also goes for quests, right? This sort of abstracted thinking can go for creating a quest. You want to have the climax the most thought out. And then the further away you get from this climax, the less and less you want to plan. So even down here, right? This is the end zone. This is the no planning zone, right? You do not, if you have two different quests, even two different segments of your overall grand arc, you do not want to plan how your characters get from one to the other. You don't want to plan that. Because you will be constantly surprised by your players. They will constantly go in directions you don't expect. And so trying to lead them and plan for their transitions between your different, kind of climax areas, that's an exercise in futility. That is you are going to be wasting your time. And so kind of having these sort of gradients, if you think about it less of this like kind of vertical hourglass and think about it more as like hotspot zones, right? Like in your head, you kind of have like this climax over here and this climax over here, right? In this inner ring right here, this should still be like pretty planned out. And then this ring out here, getting a little bit less planned out. Maybe donut theory. And then we have this low planning zone, and maybe the low planning zones overlap, which could lead to maybe a mediumly planned area, right? But then you have this low planning zone over here. And so you just don't want to waste your time trying to plan out this transition. You don't want to waste your time doing that. So you want to make sure that you have these no plan zones because they will always surprise you. They will always get you off track from where you think you're going. And so this is kind of the structure of how I plan things, right? Even if I say hey, I'm going to give my characters a quest. Here you go. Here's your quest. Congratulations. I have no idea how they're going to get from receiving the quest in the mail to the quest. I don't plan this section out at all. But I then start saying, okay, well, the quest is to rob this local shopkeeper, right? That district that the shopkeeper's house is in is having a festival. Great. That's it. That's the low planning. That's what I'm talking about when I say low planning. There's a festival. It gives me a tone. It gives me a vibe. It gives the players maybe some ideas around what they could do. And then we get into the medium planning zone of I say, okay, medium planning. The door of his shop is kind of loose on its hinges. Would be easy to knock down. It's a 3-story building, and he keeps one of the windows at the top open to let out hot air. And third one is there is going to be a planned distraction that will occur within the shop. If they're just in the shop naturally, there will be a large distraction that occurs with some other random NPC. Great. Those are my 3 medium plans. Right? They're not super deep, but they have some amount of complexity, some clear vectors for attack. Then I have my high planning area of the thing that they want to steal from this shopkeep is located in a safe in the basement. He has a guard on the basement door at all times. And if they attempt to go up to the guard, he will say this. If they attempt to violently push past the guard, he has these statistics. Right, so this is my high planning area. That safe is a DC 20 to lockpick. We're starting to, really narrow things down. That's my high planning concentrated area. Now, on the way out, we get back into the medium planning zone of once they unload the safe, there will be maybe a brawl in the street outside that they would easily be able to maybe as they get out, or they find out, or no, sorry. Maybe there's a sled, like an old stone pulling sled in the basement that they could theoretically load the safe onto. And what's one other medium plan that I could introduce? One of their cohorts, one of their allies, just happens to be in the area passing by and could render aid. If they needed it, right? Those are my 3 kind of medium escape vectors. And then low, again, these lows are pretty much the same. There's a parade, there's a festival, the district is really happening and hopping, right? That's the hourglass planning method. Low, low, medium, 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 high, medium, 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 low, 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 nothing. Right? I have no idea what they're going to do with the safe afterwards. I don't know how they're going to store it. I don't know what they're planning on doing with it. I'm not even going to offer those things. I'm not even going to pretend to offer those things because I could not plan that far ahead. There's no way I could. What up, Rebecca Johnson? Sorry, I saw your chat, but I was off in my own little world. What even happened during episode 20? They started the Rakshasa investigation. That's it. That's how far we got. That is all. Just got here. Why are we looking at quantum physics diagrams? Because this is how you should plan D&D. You should learn quantum physics to plan D&D. It does kind of look like that when you say it that way. I think I saw that image in Starfield. Yeah, that's fair. We've got some orbits. We've got some diagrams. But this is a fun way to think about, this can be this kind of diagram type look. Let me get some of this out of here. Right, this can be a really fun way, in my opinion at least, to think about quests. Right? So you don't have a straight line, right? You don't have a line. You have these, oh wait, that's a pencil. Where are my brushes? You just have these nodes, right? And the nodes, narratively, are maybe closer or further away together, which can also impact if they share planning, right? Say there was another, maybe quest going on in that area, right? It might share your low planning zones. Maybe there was another quest that's taking place 2 doors down. That might share your medium planning zones. Right? So how close these climaxes are to each other narratively can kind of dictate how much you share planning amongst them. So that can be kind of cool. You may not like it, but this is peak D&D. This is all off the top of the dome. I did not plan this out too much. Although, this might be a fun video. I might write a little bit more of a script. I mean, not like a script, but maybe some more like concise bullets. Maybe have some diagrams to show. This could be a fun video. Oh, God. Those episodes were kind of downers. There was like bad energy. There's okay energy so far, honestly. I like Will Wheaton and Will Forte? No, Will Fresnell? Either way, I like their characters so far. They're definitely interesting. It's sort of stilted at the moment, but I think that's like guest players in general. I think it's never going to flow as well. But also, I'm only a fourth into it, so the bad energy could be on its way. I anticipate rewatching this Hourglass bit later and trying to apply it. Very interesting advice. Cool, Marina. Yeah, it is hard to, like, I say this as, like, I generally consider myself a world builder first and a DM second, and I constantly have to apply this to my own thing because I constantly want to have at least like medium plans, and it gets too dense too quick. You can have low effort plans scattered all over the place, and you can like just do that for hours and hours and hours, and it'll make your world feel very alive, very lived in. But you don't want to do those medium plans. You don't want to do the plans of, at every hotspot there's a medium thing, even if there's no climax in the middle of it, right? So it's definitely interesting. Something else I heard today from another content creator, Ryan Immel, shout out, Ryan Immel DM. I was talking about my hourglass theory, and he talked about how he uses what he calls or I don't remember what he called it, but essentially villain planning theory. So he does a lot of high effort planning around what his villains are doing, because he has full control over that, right? So he does a lot of planning around those villain plans. So that's kind of like his climax spots. And then he has, this radius out of maybe like, what are the lieutenants doing? How is the world being affected? And it kind of radiates out from that. But the thing we really agreed on was, hey, do not even try to attempt to anticipate what your players are going to do unless it is very close to like a big climax spot. It's just kind of dark and depressing, especially compared to the fun of the hunt for the adult white dragon. I feel like the hourglass might be applicable to many things in life. Yeah. You can't put effort into everything. Very accurate. Yeah. But anyways, with all that said, we will get into trial of the take. And so for the rest of the week, to confirm it, we are going to do Critical Role tonight, Wednesday, and Friday. So we will be watching 22 on Friday, and then we're doing Tech Tuesday tomorrow, I believe, which is a new segment. Ooh, new segment. And then on Thursday, we will be doing... No, no new segment. Leaks. No, it'll just be Baldur's Gate 3 on Tuesday and Thursday. I forgot. Tech Tuesday will probably be next week. Linked! I've mentioned that I wanted to start doing Tech Tuesday, but not that I had an actual idea. But I do have an idea where I have some stuff to talk about, so we're going to do that, but probably next week. So Tuesday and Thursday will be Baldur's Gate 3. I haven't decided if it's going to be in the evening or not. I kind of want to do it earlier in the day for the Euro crowd. Want to give them some of their nibbles during their actual time of day that they're awake. I appreciate all the Euro people who are here. And then Saturday will not be a stream. And then Sunday will be the first Storytelling Sunday. And this is something I will leak. I have identified the first book for the book club. I will be starting the book club soon. I still need to hammer out what the pace will be. If it'll be like a chapter a week, a chapter every other week. I need to hammer out the pace, but I will probably be announcing more details on Sunday before we do the rest of that. Monday, part 2 of episode 20. Wednesday, episode 21. Friday, episode 22. That is the plan. That's the plan, John. Now, if I have a ton to say, I'll probably do the same thing I did last time. I don't want to be going crazy hours on these, so I might have to split them up into 2-parters if I do have a ton to say. But that is the current plan, John. Yeah, and yes, Storytelling Sunday, Riste. Storytelling Sunday. Storytelling Sunday will be when we do the book club, but it'll also be a variety of other things. So how to make a D&D map will probably be on Storytelling Sunday, things like that. We're already like a fifth of the way through. Good pace. Hell yeah. I mean, only took me, 3 months? But this is not the forever pace. I do want to add more streams more permanently on like a more permanent schedule than like Lunch Club is. So I'll probably try to go up to 3 consistent streams a week. I don't know what those will which days those will be yet. It'll definitely be Monday and Wednesday still, but I want to add in a 3rd consistent day and then keep doing the inconsistent Lunch Clubs. So we will see. But yeah, that is what we have to look forward to this week. And with that, we will come into the trial of the take.
And sort of commiserating about how you feel really naked and exposed when your whole party isn't together, and how weird that feels to not have everybody together at the same time.
Yeah.
So I think I kept him from the bathroom.
Oh, gotcha. That's okay.
Yeah.
He'll arrive. When he comes in, we all just awkwardly stare. And like, sit
Just
down.
like sit.
Yeah, we'll do that. So when he arrives, we'll just get back here.
I'm with that.
But in the meantime, you guys you've managed to go back and
Stealth. I will say, I mean, they don't have a lot of the, which is tough. You know, just kind of off of what Rebecca said. They did lose a lot of their comic relief, right? They lost a lot of their levity characters, which I get on Scanlan for being a joke character. Like, I get on him for not... Characters can be funny. Characters can make jokes, but I don't want the character itself to be a joke. But even then, they lost Grog and Scanlan, which I think brought a lot of levity. And Liam Vax is playing the split up of him and of Vax and Vex much more seriously than Laura Bailey did with Vex. Which I think is very interesting. Like, I think it's a very interesting choice for Liam and for Vax as a character. But I can see, like, the vibe is very different. I will not argue with that a moment of the day. But I've really been liking Will Friedle. Will Wheaton is fine. I will say I have a slightly bad taste in my mouth on Will Wheaton, only because I had heard of the Will Wheaton curse already. And then, you know, he rolls poorly already. And it's not that, like, you can't make a joke. It's not that whatever. But I have a little bit of a meh around jokes that involve you being the victim consistently. Like, especially if you aren't. Like, we all know that the curse is not real. So this constant discussion of, like, the dice gods fucking hate me. God, what am I gonna do? It's like, okay, man. We get it. We get it. You feel like you roll bad. Sure. I don't know. I think that's my own personal, like, cynicism, whatever, but I was really liking Will Friedle, and I am liking Will Wheaton. It's just that little bit. Speaking of the party not being all together, last session, the party had succeeded in a 4-way split where none of the split members can communicate with each other. Wait, what? Really? I forgot about that. Oh, wait, you're talking about in your own campaign. That is tough. Like, splitting the party is something that, like, it's a meme because it happens. Like, sometimes it has to happen. You have to split them. But it makes it just so much harder to play and run. It makes it so much more difficult just to track what's going on. Can't believe you're a curse atheist. I don't believe in curses. I wish I did. I think curses would be cool. I also don't believe in ghosts. I believe in aliens. I mean, I believe in a loose definition of aliens. I believe in things that we would classify as life that are not on Earth, if you call that an alien. I don't want to. I don't think about it beyond that. I'll say that. But yeah, man, I'm not a superstitious guy. I've never had, like, you know, knock twice superstition sort of deals. Not a thing. You will believe? No. I'll tell you the way my brain works. My brain would sooner believe that Will Wheaton has crafted, like, dice that are weighted against him, that he is reverse cheating in order to perpetuate this myth and joke. My brain, like, that is the first thing I thought when I saw him roll twice, I was like, oh, he's reverse cheating. I mean, add it to the fucking board. Put some fucking red tape up. That is where my brain instantly went. I am more critical of him rolling all these nat 1s than I am of anyone rolling a bunch of nat 20s in a row. My brain just can't. I just don't believe. I assured the party that I wouldn't kill them just for not having everyone together, but handling a 4-way split is a pacing nightmare. Oh my god, you're so right, Riste. Yeah, it's just... handling an any amount split is really difficult pacing. 2 is possible. 3 and 4... ugh. The way that I normally do it, if there is a split... I don't have people go into initiative necessarily, but I do try to switch after. Like I'll basically like look, because I'm always on a computer, so I'll look at the clock and I'll give each person 2 minutes. And once that 2 minutes is elapsed, I immediately start looking for a way to switch to the next person. It's hard, though. And sometimes you can't. Sometimes someone else is just doing something more inherently interesting and more involved and long. So sometimes you just can't. Yeah, man. Splits are pacing nightmares.
Disadvantage on my next 5 attacks.
I love the awkward stare. It was great.
He's actually a very generous DM if he does that. I actually make my players roll damage when they upset me. Yeah.
Good to know.
Dude, D6 damage, you annoyed the GM.
The wrath of the gods comes down upon you.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Dude, at one point during my oh dude, this is so bad. This is the anyone can grow lesson. So, number 1, during my first campaign, I used to not understand that initiative or that advantage couldn't stack, and therefore disadvantage also can't stack. Didn't realize that. I thought you could have double advantage, triple advantage, etc., etc. In fact, at one point, me, my wife, and a good buddy were thinking about making an actual play, and we were going to call it triple advantage. Anyways, that's neither here nor there. When people like people were annoying me or like being dicks at the table, I used to give reverse inspiration. So I would give them a floating disadvantage, and I would say, I get to put this on whenever I want. And I would target for when they already had disadvantage. Anyone can grow. Anyone can get better. Not my proudest DMing tip. I literally have a spreadsheet I made of Will Wheaton's rolls from these episodes. I'm sure it's bad. Also, howdy, Opie Dopey. I'm sure it's bad, but again, I am more willing to believe that he is reverse cheating than he is actually cursed. But yeah, don't retaliate as a DM. Have a fucking conversation and talk it out. No in-game retaliation.
So, you guys have taken moments to acquire outfits that seem a little more fitting as to the establishment you're planning to go and enter.
Guys, we should have aliases. Can we have aliases? Okay.
Yeah, I'll be Torbeer.
Oh, yes. Yes, I will do that now.
I like it.
Ooh,
It's easy to remember.
Yeah.
Very easy. I would be something. Ooh, you know what? Maybe I could. Ooh, would it be weird if I'm
Yes.
Vex? That's weird, isn't it?
Yes.
That's really weird.
Okay. What's a good elven name? What's something common in elven? You were around this stuff. All of my people have like, weird kind of tribal names. What's good?
Weird Yikes.
Like Vera or something
Elvira
like
is
that.
nice. Coraline.
Ooh, Coraline. Do I look like a Coraline?
Sure.
What does a Coraline look like?
I'm
That's my
Coraline.
question.
She does. They just disagree.
I will be
Fair enough. Good
Scanlan
note.
Shorthalt.
Oh, what so what? You can be Scanlan, but I couldn't be.
You couldn't. Yes, correct. I fully agree that Vex is capable of imitating Scanlan, and Keyleth is not capable of imitating Vex. Yep. No, that tracks. That all's right. I'm kind of doing the opposite of what you did, Lowell. I gave my players conditions for receiving inspiration after every session, but I just give it to everyone no matter what. Conditions for receiving inspiration. Wait, what? Like positive conditions? I'm assuming? I don't really get it. But I'm going to assume that it's better, that it's good.
Well, I can't be. No, you can't do that.
Like, do this to get inspiration? Oh, so basically like the BG3 background. Like background goals? That's very cool. I actually hadn't thought about putting that into actual D&D. That's very fun. But I don't even keep track if they do it. Nice. I mean, that's essentially that's all. Oh my God, fucking put it on the board. That's BitD. That is how experience works in BitD, is at the end of each session, you look at this, like, it's like 3 things. Did you express basically your playbook's attributes? Did you express your backgrounds, like drives, heritages, and goals? And did you struggle with your vice? And those are the 3 ways you can gain experience in Blades in the Dark. So yeah, I mean, you're basically doing like BitD experience, which I think is cool. I love it in BitD, but I also don't keep track. I literally just tell I've been telling my players, because I've played with my players for years. So I just said, like, I fucking trust you. If you think you expressed your beliefs and your drives, if you think you struggled with your vice, fucking thumbs up. You did. Congratulations. Gain some experience. Yeah, my conditions are similar. They're like roleplay with another player or describe your actions in combat. Yeah, that's cool. I think that's a cool system.
I'm just saying it's weird.
That's
right?
a double standard, Vax. I'm just saying.
I think it's maybe because you're not his sister, and that it would be weird because like that's his sister's name.
You have a sister?
I have a twin, yes.
What does she look like? Oh.
But she's a female.
She sounds lovely.
Humans, am I right?
She's very nice.
That's what they say about all the ugly girls. She's very nice.
I'm all on an island. Excuse me.
I feel like I'm learning so much from you. Is that what they say?
Life lessons,
Man.
yes.
Yeah, wonderful.
Crazy.
Velvet Cabaret?
To the cabaret.
Yes.
So I presume that
I will also say both Thorbeer and Kashaw are much more aggressive guest players than the other. It really is fucking 4 grumpy men plus Keyleth. And I know that they split the groups like this for scheduling reasons, but might have been nice to have like Scanlan swapped with Tiberius or something.
play the role of your guard.
Bodyguard, yes.
What does that make me? How about your valet? You'll need one if you're wealthy. Would you have a human, though?
Of course. Of course I would have a human.
I do love Wilfred L. I do okay, so this is something I do try to coordinate my characters a lot. Guest players, like my actual, if I'm making a character in a campaign, I do try, and my players have gotten really good at this, where we try to coordinate personalities as well so that there's a good balance. Like, both Thorbeer and Kashaw being this kind of gruff, edgy sort of dude, like, they're both fun, but having both of them be that is not disorienting, but it's a little much. Whereas in the last group had the kind of more serious, I mean, dare I say it, sexy, warlock character that Mary Elizabeth was playing, and then kind of the more like klutzy, nervous type that Felicia Day was playing. And so you had kind of two characters that really didn't have representations in the rest of the party. And so it was a lot easier to kind of sink into a new dynamic, whereas Kashaw and Thorbeer are already very similar, and they're both kind of similar to both Tiberius and Vax at certain points. So I think there's just a lot of like, it's a lot harder to sink into that new dynamic, and I do try to work that with my guest players. So if I ever have a guest player, I try to be like, okay, these are the personalities of the existing players, like try to do something different. So it's watching a group science project with toxic partners 5. Lol. Iconic one-liners. Yeah, true. Moody, broody, grumbling, gruff, and Kiki. Yeah, Keyleth really is a Kiki. She's definitely not a booba. She's definitely more of a Kiki. Hans, those are the perfect names. Moody, broody, grumbling, gruff. Yeah, I agree.
Being elven.
I say, are we on the way there now?
Yeah, we're walking and talking.
Okay.
And you are changed into an elf.
Now I changed. I didn't change because it only lasts a certain amount of time. So I have to like
boy or a girl.
I'm a boy.
Okay.
So are you Lord Vex?
What's wrong with being a girl?
Lord Scanlan of the Short Halts.
Lord Scanlan. Lord Scanlan of the. I'm sorry, of the what?
Of the Short Halts.
The Short Halts.
Yes.
Okay.
We have a cobbling empire.
Of course you do.
Shoes.
Cobbling.
Okay.
We have a
The
cobbling.
Short
Small
Halts.
shoes.
Okay. Lord Scanlan of the Short Halts.
We make shoes.
We cater mostly to halflings and gnomes. Everyone, but specifically because they're so underserved.
You have a gnome shoe empire.
Rolling in it, baby.
Okay.
Yes.
What is your empire,
Who
human?
am I? Who
I have
am
no
I
empire. I'm his valet.
in this equation?
Well, we're equal partners. Yeah, I'd say,
Am I your wife?
do you want to be? Is that weird?
I say it's equally no.
No.
I think that's fine.
It's
fine. Yeah, I can be your wife.
Dude, it's so crazy. I have such a positive memory of the first half of this episode. I remember it like being a little stilted but flowing. This is like they came back from the break and something happened. This is like totally different vibes.
I can RP this. I mean, I can.
What does
pretend to be that.
RP mean?
I can. Yeah. So Coraline Shorthalls.
Alright, done and done.
Also, sorry. Aside, really quick. Don't pay no. You know what? In fact, pay no attention to the on screen. Okay, everybody, listen up. This is a call. I'm putting together Critical Role bingo. I'm doing it. If you have recommendations for what you want to be on the spaces, let me know. Submit them. I will make a quest, or not a quest, a submissions for content. I'll make a thread. I'm going to do it right now. Submissions or suggestions for Critical Role Campaign 1. I'll say Campaign 1 bingo. And submit them here. Submit here. All right. Submit here if you have any. Yes, in the Discord channel. In the suggestions Discord channel, there is a new thread. Put in your suggestions for Critical Role bingo. I will work on making an on-screen element for it, potentially. I mean, long term, I'd like to make a website so that we can all play along together, but that requires me to brush off my web dev skills, which I have not used in, like, 2 years. So, unlikely that the website will be done anytime soon, especially because I'm working on the Discord bot. But yeah, put those in there. I'll make an on-screen element, and we will start playing maybe next week, depending on how much I get. Honestly, I sincerely enjoy this group's dynamic, even despite Orion and all the grumpiness. Somehow my brain just thinks their particular brand of sarcasm is hilarious. Fair enough. Fair enough. Different strokes for different folks. I forgot what my idea was for when we thought up CR bingo. I don't remember. I always do like the joking, like, oh, drink whenever Vax uses his luck attribute or his luck feature. So maybe that. We could do, we could do like more than 5 on the OAC. Delightful. The first submission, we have a square for Scanlan makes a poop joke. And you know what? That's fair. That probably will just be a square. The vibe is way less loose, but I like this group too. Especially since Will plays a huge asshole and is their leader, but he always rolls so bad, it's just comedic. And it's also like you can have some of those like iffy vibes for one shots. It doesn't have to be perfect. I put a lot more weight and emphasis on characters and such for campaigns than I do for one shots. I try to be a little bit more forgiving. Like I probably wouldn't be able to watch a full campaign with Felicity Day's character. I'm gonna be straight up with you guys. Maybe, but for a 1 or 2 shot, I thought it was very good. I thought it was very fun, and I also had the expectation of like, okay, like I can just enjoy this character while it lasts. I don't have to be thinking about like their whole arc and everything, Especially since, but all right, cool. So yeah, Critical Role bingo. Get suggesting. Can't guarantee I'll use everything, but I might also have different boards for different days. So I might put together multiple versions of boards to like actually use everything. We'll see.
Torbeer is pulling on his beard and breathing deeply.
Now I cast Alter Self.
All right. There's a flash of light. You guys can all pick up the very, very heavy smell of breakfast ale emanating from the deeply breathing angry dwarf.
Wait, Vax,
at this point,
what was my role in this?
You are an advisor, a financial advisor.
Financial advisor. Excellent.
That was I agree with Nick.
all right. You guys make your way to a little bit further north of this, about 5 or 6 blocks, until you get to the outskirts of the Velvet Cabaret, which, based on the description you've gotten from a few individuals that you asked around, very easy to find. The Fancy House of Entertainment, it is a 2-story building of dark cherry wood with strips of what looks like black suede bolted in a pattern along the outside of it. It stands out like a sore thumb against the rest of the architecture, but in itself looks like a term, a medieval nightclub. It looks very, very gaudy, but in a way that the garishness looks expensive, and so you can't really fault it for looking the way it does.
It's like a cruise ship goth club.
I like that. I'll take that.
Cruise ship.
If any of you guys can find...
that's a thing that exists.
Yeah, I also, there was, it's hard. I didn't tick the OAC for it because I couldn't, it very well could have been on purpose of him being like, wait, what was my role again in this? But it did set off my OAC sensors a little bit.
Exists.
Really?
Yeah.
When are we going to this?
Wow.
Every year on the Jonathan Colton cruise,
For all of
gather in the
those
cruise ship golf club.
executive goths.
Wow.
Joe Cruise. One.
Ding.
Yeah.
Too many jokes. Too many jokes.
I know.
Too many.
Okay, so we have, wait, let me get out of this. Go into theater mode, bing, bang, boom. Okay, so they're investigating the Velvet Cabaret. Not financial advice, but by Treco Coin. Yeah. Oh, man. Let's see. Okay, I'm gonna pull the Velvet Cabaret away from this a little bit because I'm sure that we will discover new things, and so I want to give it some room. Also, quick reminder of everyone, for everyone. So we have murders by beast in the canal. They've been happening for the past few years, wrapped in blankets, placed deliberately. No children, but bodies of well-to-do adults. These ones that were wrapped in the blankets were near the abundant terrace. But Lord Tyrell was found separate from the others in the side alley, not the river. Highfalutin merchant of one of the bodies was Tyrell. It was found by the Velvet Cabaret. Found nothing in the raid, so the Bastions, the guards, did raid the Velvet Cabaret, but they found nothing. A lichen wolf, supposedly the murderer, but vanished. Maybe a ghost, maybe not. They're related to the Raven Queen somehow. I don't really think that's important, but I put it on there anyways, you never know. The Bastion's theory is that the murders were committed by a group of people, not just one. And also the wrapping material was varied of all these bodies. I've been really enjoying using Exceldraw BTW Tissim. Oh yeah, no problem, Marina. I love it. It's oh man, okay. Ooh, do I leak? No, you guys will see it on Sunday. But I will say I loved it for the how to draw a D&D map video that we're gonna do on Sunday. That it was really useful for that, and so yeah, I'm glad you like it. But yeah, so that's our kind of our current map. We'll see beyond that.
As you at the front, you can see there are two bouncers established at the very front. To the left, you see a meaty male dragonborn, bronze scale with painted.
And I forgot that's why all of the on-screen elements were organized that way, was because of this.
Face scars that he has a very, very intense look about him. He's thicker, he's kind of built like a barrel, and he sits with his arms crossed, looking angrily amongst the rest of the folks.
And this is who? You see a meaty male dragonborn bronze with painted face scars. Oh, it's a bouncer. Okay.
Thicker, he's kind of built like a barrel, and he sits with his arms crossed, looking angrily amongst the rest of the folks outside. To the other side, you recognize a burly-looking female with short hair and some facial tattoos. The Siren, who you saw battle in the cauldron, apparently works as one of the bouncers of the Velvet Cabaret.
I approached the right next to Vax as we were up, and in Draconic scanning. In Draconic, I go, greetings and salutations, friend.
Gives you a look of confusion for a second, and leans forward, and the Dragonborn looks very intently at you and says back in Draconic, "Are you a member?"
No, not yet. We are new to this place. My master here is seeking audience with his kind. We were guided to this place, an establishment. It has a high reputation. We wish to inquire how to get inside.
Looks over to the Siren. The Siren kind of glances back and, "What's he saying?" And the Dragonborn kind of glances over and says out in common now to this point, "He's saying that they're looking to come in here and talk to other Elvish guys, I guess."
Not Elvish, but what people of, high society, or high society here.
Make a persuasion check.
Excellent. The 21.
21? Kind of gives you a glance over. "Well, if you're not a member, you can acquire membership, but it has to be approved first by the owner."
May we seek audience with him to ask or apply, or however that goes about?
Let me get his assistant. Hold on just a second. Siren? She kind of gives a look. "I'll be right back." And she kind of rolls up her sleeves and steps inside as the door opens immediately.
As I see her, I kind of just turn and face outward.
All right.
Just kind of turn away
do you
from
know her?
No.
Okay. We don't.
As the door opens, you can already hear what sounds like soft harp music coming from the interior. And it's hard to actually look inside because you can see there are silks draped, crossed over in front of the entryway as soon as you step in. A few moments pass. Eventually the siren returns, and you are greeted at the doorway by a dwarf with very, very well-groomed facial hair, a beard that comes to a fine point, that has a little gold ring at the very bottom that kind of contains it into a little at the bottom, this little poof. With makeup on, very rosy cheeks, and you can see there is eyeliner on his eyes, a smile to his face, and wearing these long white robes, lots of jewelry, and the rest of his kind of dark brown hair is pulled into a dual ponytail that runs down to the middle and back. Comes to the door and immediately says,
Gracious welcome to all of you. I've been told that you're seeking possible membership to our establishment.
In Dwarvish, I say, that's correct.
Well, fantastic then. Don't leave possible patrons outside.
and looks off to the two bouncers, and they kind of grumble and step off to the side.
Come in, follow me.
And he steps inside. As you guys walk in behind him, immediately you're hit with the strong smell of exotic incense, and smells like the cooking of meat mingling with that. It has this kind of this smell of everything good you've ever smelled mixed into one location.
Love the smell of these places.
The interior is very low lit with what looks like a series of fairy fire lamps dangling in small lattice cages. So it has this kind of light purplish pink glow to the general interior. There are no stools.
There's a musical lounge in my campaign, and I did name it the Loudmouth Lounge because that's a really good name. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. I debated on that name forever, and I honestly am still not sure that I like fully love it for some reason, but I appreciate it. I really appreciate it. I think it was because I wasn't sure if I wanted to commit to the loud thing. Mostly because it's kind of hard to tell online how loud I am. But I appreciate it. I like that you liked it.
Stools or chairs. There are tables that are low set, and the floor is nearly covered with very, very expensive looking pillows. And all the patrons are currently sitting cross-legged or laying around the tables, and you can see the client.
Oh, I left the background music on? I can't hear it. Okay, there we go. Background music is off.
Here is very well dressed and very wealthy, and there's
I like to have the background music for when I'm just talking to camera, like when I'm just like, like when I have like the just cam up. But in the pauses and over the scene. I was wondering. Yeah, my bad. I forgot to turn it off.
Laughter and conversation, and this definitely has a very, very different air. It's like stepping into a whole different world from what you're used to seeing in Vasselheim. And you get the feeling that whoever created this establishment definitely created it to provide a very different experience to most people that work here, which means, one, it probably makes a really good killing to the small number of clientele. Number
you know what? I'm glad that I made such an impact, Samuel. Oh man, I can't even. It's like we're in like a post-smell reality on the stream where I don't even want to talk about it anymore. I just have to like secretly call it out, but it is I did talk about it a lot. Make sure to add at least one smell information to all my descriptions now. Let's go. You don't have to if it makes it worse, but I hope it makes it better. Same restate. Look, I try. Do you want the CR bingo to include just CR session guesses, or could there be a stream inside jokes like Bitty? Ooh. Probably only related to what we are watching. Otherwise, I could, there's a level of, I could fudge it too much. You know what I'm saying? Like, it would be too on the table for me to fudge it, and so then it would be a question of if I did or not, right? So I think we need to, unless I eventually got the if I ever got the website working where we were all working with like different play cards, then I might do that. But while I'm gonna be running it like, you know, visually on screen, probably not. But it was good because I was able to focus on smell for one player's investigation rolls. Ooh, very nice. I'm glad. I mean, I think investigation's a really great skill to link to like noticing odd smells. Heck yeah. Oh, I'm happy. I hope your players like it too. I hope you like it. I hope your players like it. Cool. Binty should just be the center square. Look, dude, it's so... I don't talk about the things I don't like about Binty, because there are things I don't like about Binty. But it's weird to be like, oh, this thing is bad, like it Binty. I don't know. It just feels like I'm talking shit or something. When I'm talking shit, I like to do it quasi, like, more objectively. But when I'm talking about something good, I like to give examples. Like, I like to be like, oh, yeah, like in this game that you guys could go out and play, you know?
Too, it probably isn't very well liked by the people who've been living here most of their life. As you look around, too, there are dice games being played. There are many gold pieces stacked up at the tables. It appears that there's definitely a lively... what's the word I'm looking for? My brain isn't working. Gambling arrangement in this place. You notice that all the guards on the inside, the bouncers, look like common sellswords. There's no unification to their adornments or any of their armor and stuff. There are a few folks that are just kind of looking around, keeping the peace, arms crossed. They're all definitely have weapons visible, and they're just kind of sitting there guarding, just like the bouncers were at the front of the place.
How many dwarves?
Just the one who led you inside.
I reach over and I just grab Vax's hand.
And I fold her arm in and walk forward.
All right.
And I think as they move forward, I would like to pull Torbir aside and say, maybe since we're trying to get membership here, you should cover your runes.
Noted.
Thank you.
I'd like to make a perception check to sort of size up the guards kind of around.
Go for
it. 10.
Well, that's a step in the right direction.
I rolled 4 times as good as I usually roll.
Looking about, they look armored. It's hard to tell their skill level based on just the low light in here. They seem definitely keeping an eye out, but they're also... You can tell they've been working here for a while and they've grown comfortable.
Mm-hmm.
What you do notice, though, is a lot of the servers that are walking around, young men and women dressed in very fine silk robes or gowns, all have these iron bands around their neck, collars, that aren't chained to anything, but it immediately gives you this mental image of, slavery or some sort of servitude. It does not appear that they are actually in some sort of servitude, but the adornments they wear are almost trying to get across that atmosphere as if that's part of what you're paying for. Mm-hmm. It kind of sickens you a little.
I'm going to carry myself and kind of like I'm going to do what I can to give off that like I'm keeping an eye on on this guy, that like I'm the guy. That's sort of like what I'm trying to that's how I'm trying to carry myself.
Okay. As you guys have walked to the center of this room now, the dwarf individual that led you in turns around and with a...
So this is something that I struggle with, both of what they just did, because they kind of did the same thing that is one of my key flaws as a DM, is being overly flowery and like trying to communicate these really abstract ideas and kind of losing the plot halfway through. Like, this servitude thing is painting an image. It's vibes, right? He goes into, he says pretty explicitly like, yeah, it doesn't seem like they're actually chained to anything. My initial thought was like, oh, is this like a magical thing? But it doesn't seem like that's the case. It seems like it's just a vibes thing. And if it were just a vibes thing, you gotta get through it quicker. That was just too much talking. And even what Will says of like, I'm gonna try to carry myself. I'm gonna do what I can to give off that I'm keeping an eye on this guy, that I'm the guy. That's how I'm trying to carry myself. What a journey. I just mean like, I'm giving off an intimidating atmosphere. I want to be the one everyone's looking at. Like, that's all. But it's my problem too. I talk too much. I use too much flowery language, and I have a player, thankfully, that sometimes will stop me and be like, I don't really get it, and I'll be like, what? And like it'll be like the thing you just said. I don't think I understand. And I have to say it simpler. Which is good. It's a good like heat check for me, and it gets me back into like more efficient descriptions and talking. Do you do more guards or elite guards when signaling a place is influential or wealthy, like the bouncers in the cabaret? It depends. Influential and wealthy can be multiple types of things. And even in what you just said, I think that you kind of are hitting on the general answer of, do you do more guards or elite guards? Do you want to give a more populous everyman sort of feel, or do you want to give a more exclusive, exclusionary, high class sort of feel? Honestly, for this type of place, I would have done less guards that look more dangerous. Because it's members only. It is like trying to give off this very exclusionary vibe. And I think that having more bouncers is kind of counter to that, right? When you have more bouncers, those people are connected to more factions. They have more interests. It's a lot more varied. It's more multicultural, probably, just kind of inherently. There's a lot of... but if you have less that are just more elite, those people become more important. They become more single points of failure. But they also become fodder for the players to interact with, right? If you have a bunch of bouncers, they will start interacting and viewing the bouncers as a general conglomerate, a unit, a crowd, if you will. If you have a few elite ones, especially if they are adorned differently, if they have unique body sets, they will start identifying those more as individual PCs. Again, giving this much more exclusive type of vibe. Now, you can have influential and wealthy on either side. You can have a place that is fucking booming. If I was trying to describe a Bellagio-type casino that is coming in and fleecing anyone they can get off the strip, I'm having that place flooded with guards. And I am describing they are from every mercenary guild you can get. In fact, it almost looks like they're purposely trying to combine the mercenary guilds so that no one guild has too much influence over what's going on in the casino, so that the one person can control everything. Right? Even just in what I said, that implies that this is something difficult to control. And that if he made different decisions, this is so big, so complicated, so immense that he might lose control of it. Whereas if you have a few dudes, if you're like, you see a guy, you don't see many guards, but everyone seems to be glancing towards the corner, and you see just in the peak of the shadows the glint of a sword, the shine of armor. You see a large dragonborn lounging casually in the corner. Doesn't even look at you when you walk in, but you know he's watching. right? Gives this sense of shadows, of cigarettes, where only the tip is visible, right? Very, but much more dark and private and intimate. So, to be fair, what you're describing is super duper normal. With writing, it's the same way. You tend to write a lot of redundancies in the initial passes, and you have to look hard for them. It's hard, yeah, and it's really hard in improv. It's like something I have to like really actively train myself on, and it's something I have to try and think about as I'm describing things. Of, oh fuck, am I like losing the plot in this description? Do I just need to shut the fuck up and like end? Which is, I think, what Matt kind of did towards the end there, of being like, it gives you the vibe of servitude and slavery. It grosses you out. Like, just clipped it off, ended it. I would also really want Matt to do a charisma roll on I carry myself a certain way, i.e. what I was talking about with my introvert sorcerer. I love an intimidation or a performance check for that. I think performance is a kind of criminally underused ability. It should not only be for playing musical instruments. Like, performance is named generically because a lot of things are performances. And that, exactly what he's talking about, I consider that a performance at my table. You don't really get over the listing redundancies when talking off the dome unless you're extremely experienced and focused. I like to have focuses when I'm DMing. I like to have things that I'm actively working on that I write on my DM screen of like, hey, remember this. So like, when I first started really trying to describe a lot of smells, I wrote it on my DM screen until I got used to it. When I was trying to Now, while I'm trying to not list redundancies, I have it on my DM screen. And if I feel myself give, like, basically 2 descriptions of the same thing, I try to clam right up. I try to, like, really, like, push it forward. Something that I actually had that was based on Matt Mercer before I'd ever watched this. For a while on my DM screen, I just had shut the fuck up and let the players talk. Because that's something that outside of Critical Role circles, Matt is very well known for, of not interrupting his players when they're role playing and really letting them dive into it. And so that's what I had on my DM screen for a while, was like, shut the fuck up, let the players talk. And so I try to have those little mini goals for myself, and right now the not listing redundancies is one of them. What up, Mr. Dad? How you doing? My brain tends to think combat balance first, but your point about exclusivity makes sense. I mean, combat balance is something that you can always work with. That elite guard can be a conjurer, right? He can be he can be someone that summons more people. And those guards can be, like, if you have a bunch, like a shitload of them, they can be minions, right? They can be 1 health, do 1 damage. Like, you can let the flavor dictate the balance almost to make sure that you're getting vibes. Yeah, I was thinking infantry versus special forces without considering the implications of even seeing a special forces unit in this metaphor. Yeah. I mean, it sort of depends on, and to your point about thinking about combat balance, it does depend on what purpose this place serves. Is this place only existing for this quest? So a lot of times you'll get that sort of thing with, like pass-through towns. When you're creating a tavern, when you're creating a forge, where they're probably only going to interact with this once ever in the entire campaign. And on those sorts of things, I tend to let the balance dictate the flavor, honestly. If I want them to have a certain type of combat, I will let that be created first in a white box, and then I will flavor it based around what makes sense for the combat that I need to create there. So yeah, I don't know. I definitely agree about performance. That's a good heads up tip. Might get some post-its for that sort of thing too. It's nice. A lot of what I do is controlling and funneling my own attention. that is a lot of how I learned how to be successful. and identifying my strongest flaws and not trying to overcome them, but trying to lean into them. So, like, I was just talking to my in-laws the other day about how, like, a lot of times I will take a lot of breaks during work, but I will work much longer than I charge for. So it's like, you know, I charge 9 hours, but I was online something like 11 or 12. And it's because, you know, I was getting up doing dishes, like maybe like watching a short YouTube video, whatever. Like I was doing all that sort of thing. And so I learned that that's in college, that's just how I work best. I don't do the work hard, play hard shit. Like, it just doesn't track in my brain of like, put your nose to the grindstone for 3 hours and then go let loose and have fun for 3 hours. Like, not it for me. I need to like rent, I would reserve a study room for a while, and then I eventually got a key to a lab when I was like an upperclassman, and I would go into a lab on like a Saturday for like 14 hours. Like, I would get there at like 7 a.m. and then or 6 a.m. sometimes, and I would just stay there basically all day. And you know, sometimes I would fuck off. Sometimes I would just like eat lunch and like watch YouTube videos for an hour. Sometimes I would have people come by and we would just like hang out and chat, and like I wouldn't be doing work, but I would be doing work during the middle of all of those things, which really helped me. So that's, now I apply that to work, and I just try to identify my flaws and either try to work on them actively and like put things in front of me to remind myself, or just accept them. Yeah. Hot take: religion in the appropriate conversation should be seen as a persuasion option. I'm not religious, but listening to Wendigoon talk about biblically accurate angels is hella compelling. For real. I saw this the other day. I think it was on Critical Role. I think I saw Matt. Was it on Critical Role? Or was it one of my home games? I don't remember. I saw someone do, it was like acrobatics but strength. It was like a strength acrobatics check. I am interested in general in the concept of using your proficiency in a skill, but using a different ability modifier occasionally for it. I don't think it's something I would introduce to newer players or less experienced players, but to experienced players, I think that can be a really interesting course of action. Like, if you're trying to recall information about a religion, I don't think it makes sense for it to be charisma. But if you're talking to someone about your faith, about your religion, I think it makes perfect sense for it to be a charisma religion check. Yeah. I'm also reminded of something I saw in a VTM actual play with what impression are you trying to make? Roll for it. I might post it in the Discord later. It was very good, memorable DM choice. Ooh, yeah. Yeah, I'd be interested in watching that. For real, players really appreciate being able to just role play. When I was DMing for a player for the first time, he was surprised at how much RP happened and has been a consistent thing he loves in the campaign. Some GMs just don't realize how important allowing players to RP is, or don't realize they're not enabling it. I think sometimes it's hard. Like, and I think like learning your table is really important about how much guidance they need, how much role play to allow. And it's something that I definitely don't strike perfectly all the time. But I do try to remind myself of like, you don't need to insert yourself, asshole. Like, you'll get plenty of talking time later as the GM. You don't need to constantly be like, oh, and you remember this. And, oh, that actually makes you think of this. You might feel this. Oh, this happens. And I think a lot of DMs are afraid about losing pacing. But roleplay can help so much, like, keep the pace up, because it helps keep them in the scene. Which is really, it was a mental hurdle I really had to get over. And sometimes it still comes up. I'm still waiting for my players to get to a point where they all jump into RP with each other. So sitting down and shutting up is a little easier. Yeah, it is. Which is just like, I think it's learning what your players like to RP and what each individual player needs to RP. Like, do they need to be addressed directly? Do they just need to be given some extra time to to process? Do they need another player to address them rather than the DM? Like, identifying these things as the DM can really help you direct and promote the RP. Megaphone's not on that grind set. No, sir, I am not a grind setter. It's just like this fucking stream. I cannot sit down and be like, I'm going to watch. I cannot sit down and be like, I'm going to watch 3 hours of Critical Role. I can't sit down and watch 3 hours of anything. I have to like have breaks, which is why watching a movie with me is fucking horrific. I'm one of those like talking during the movie people, which is why I also don't like going to movie theaters. But I do pause it. I don't talk over the movie, but I will be like, pause. It's horrific. Thank God me and Paige are on the same wavelength about that. We both love pausing. She's a talk over type, but we've gotten to the point where she'll pause for me. But I can't sit still. I need to fidget. I need to talk. I need to do things. I can't just sit and watch Critical Role. I have to talk to you guys. I have to insert my own opinion about what I think. You can see why shutting up and letting the players RP was tough for me. Bro, love Wendigoon. I don't know that I know Wendigoon. I know what biblically accurate angels look like. They look like horror shows. Big old balls of eyes with 12 wings. They're not, and like the fucking interlocking rings. I mean, they look dope, honestly. But I don't think I know Wendigoon. I might have to look that up.
I'm the guy. That's sort of like what I'm trying to that's how I'm trying to carry myself.
Okay. As you guys have walked to the center of this room now, the dwarf individual that led you in turns around and with a bug back.
I would like to introduce myself. My name is Hoisin. I am the manager of this fine establishment, the Velvet Cabaret. I'd like to welcome you,
Scanlan of the Short Halts.
Scanlan of the Short Halts. Where do you hail from? I've not heard that.
We come from Iman. I sell shoes. We sell shoes.
Yes, Coraline Shortholt.
Coraline Shortholt.
Yes, pleasure.
Very well, very well. Well, you have interest in membership, you say?
Well, we do.
Not the owner. Oh, so this is he said it was the manager. So Hosen is not the, we still don't know the owner. Hoisen is the manager, which we should also probably write him down. Manager Hoisen. But the dwarf is the really well groomed one, right? So he's not. So this goes over to this guy. Not that. Okay. Interesting. Dwarf guy with makeup. Yes. Okay. Highly recommend this. His content has tons of content about creepy stuff, true crime, and a good splash of religion. I like me the occasional creepy thing. I like falling asleep to creepy stuff. Because I don't like sleeping. And I have a lot of trouble doing it. And I have a lot of trouble shutting my brain off about real world things. And getting scared actually distracts me from real life and allows me to fall asleep. And the nightmare wakes me up early, so I don't have to sleep that long. It's delightful. Dwarf guy with makeup, yes. Hoisin sauce. It's one of those channels where they make like 1 to 2 hour video essays about whatever he thinks is cool. Ooh, so like a Jan Misali type. Almost. I guess Jan Misalis are a little bit shorter, but interesting. Okay.
We were hoping to sample the atmosphere here. Is there entertainment? We heard there was great entertainment
Oh,
here.
there is quite entertainment here at certain hours, if you like. Well, for now, we have more of an atmospheric presentation.
And he kind of looks over. You can see there's a small stage off to the corner. There sits a very beautiful elven woman dressed in a gold gown that is sleeveless and kind of just hugs to her form very well. You can see kind of shimmers and a little bit of purple fairy light that is hanging above her. And she has this gorgeous looking silver harp in front of her, and she's just plucking away. Her eyes are closed, like she's just caught in the moment. And there's a group of people that are sitting around her, just chatting softly, not to be overbearing to the music, but just to be around that atmosphere.
Your wonderful employees mentioned membership. Would you like to inquire that as well, I assume? As well, I mean.
You're saying this to Hosim?
Yes, this is Thoralaxalux, my financial advisor.
Thoralaxalux at your service.
Thorlaxalux is a great name. I love Thorlaxalux. Dude, I was reading Wax and Wayne the other day, and I really like in Mistborn, the Mistborn Era 1 and 2, I really like the terrace names like Tindwyl and Sazed. But later, they had a name that I loved. It was Adawathwin. I really liked Adawathwin. And I was like, Paige, can we name our daughter Adawathwin? And she was like, we cannot name our kid anything that has more than 3 syllables. And I was like, Adawathwin. Twin. It's only 4 syllables if you say it right. Conjure names go crazy. That's also true. Tensoon is dope. Milan. They're too short for my taste. I like the fucking speaking of everything we've already talked about this time. I love the long, flowery names. Waxilium. Waxilium goes so hard. I mean, I know it's not Terrace, but I love Waxilium. It's 3 syllables if you hurry. Exactly. Yeah.
Bow gracefully.
Make a persuasion roll. No, the deception roll. Sorry, deception roll.
I was like, we can call her Ada. And she's like, yeah, let's just name her Ada. I was like, no, Adawathwin.
What is that? 16?
16? All right.
Big on the twins' full names. Oh yeah, Vaxildon and Vexalia. Vaxildon is okay. I really like Vexalia though. I like Vexalia a lot. Yeah. I haven't really talked about this much. I really like all of the characters' names. I really like Tiberius is fine. Only because it's an existing name, which is not bad. Like, I have nothing bad to say about using an existing names, but I do like to make my own names. And I think that Keyleth is really cool. Vexildon, Vexalia, very cool. Grog is obvious, but very nice. And Scanlan is very cool. I like all of them, yeah. This guy would choose Alexandria over Alex. Every time. Literally every time. The only name that we've agreed on, which we don't know that this will be like the final iteration, is Vlora with a V. Vlora. Vlora. And we would call her V. Every name we think of is there's a long name and then we have a nickname for them. Every single time, no matter what. 100%. My buddy named his kid Artorius. Artorius is a little historic for my taste, but I'm down with it. You must really like Percival Fredrickson von Musel Kloaski de Rolo III. No, I don't. And you know what, Rebecca? Here's fucking why. Is because okay, wait, no. I do, but only because it fits Percy. But the name is a joke. Like, the name is... But it's okay, because it's an in-fiction joke of, like... It goes towards Percy's pretentiousness, I guess is what I should say. I would never name one of my kids like that, ever. Because I don't want my kids to be pretentious, but Percy is, like, a pretentious nobleman. So, like, it's okay to have Percy 10 names over here. But, yeah, no, I hate his name. I hate his name for me or for any of my spawn. I was trying to think of a better way to say that. For any of my children. I have a bone to pick with syllable salad names, and fantasy is the hugest corporate. But if they sound good, though, it can depend. And that's why I agree. I don't like them. It depends. It is really beauty is in the eye of the beholder for me. Because sometimes I so agree with you. Sometimes I'm like, that's a stupid ass name where you just threw together random syllables. But I know that Brandon Sanderson has actually done a lot of linguistics research on his names to determine like an actual synonymic structure for them to where it flows like an actual name would. Because I think that's the problem with most fantasy names that sound bad, is that they don't have a synonym structure that a real name ever would. They're just random synonyms thrown together to sound vaguely like foreign and exotic. Whereas like the Terrace have an actual like synonym structure. So do the Khandra, of like how they construct their names, and it's very consistent across all the ones that you meet. Which I really love, and I think that Adawathwin is a good example. Give your give your kid a name you can yell across the playground. Yep, I do. My name is fucking Jack. I had 4 other Jacks in my grade. At one point, I have a legal name that is not Jackson. And at one point, I tried going by my legal name, but I was a kid and I wouldn't respond to it, so my teachers got pissed off. But there were so many other Jacks. I want my kid to know I am talking to them the moment I talk to him. I do not want there to be fucking confusion. Hot take, all names should have nicknames? Yes, sir. If I have to remember all of them, hell nah. I don't even care if it's linguistically sound, it's syllable salad. Ooh, we might be getting into disagreements. I love pretty, flowery, long shit for my names. I don't like short names. Grog, never would touch it. My current, I'm trying to think of what my current characters are. One of my current characters is Eudokia. She has a last name, but I actually can't remember it off the top of my head. But it's Eudokia. And then my other character is my characters. Eudokia Panunos, which is a bastardization of some Greek names. That's Eudokia. And then my other character is Tormera, no last name. Yeah. And there's Tormera. Look at that little boy. Look at him. I love Tormera. I also love Eudokia. She's great. But yeah, so I just love unique sounding names. I don't need long and flowery. I just want it to sound unique and honestly to be fun to say. I think that's one of the things that really gets my goat is when a name isn't fun to say. Because you have to say it so much. I love saying Adawathwin. It's the best. But I don't like saying, and I think Vexalia, very easy. Vexalia, Vaxildon. It's not fun. It doesn't flow. Vaxildon. As the Ildon? Nah, for me. No, thank you. Yeah. Nobody calls Esteban Julio Ricardo Montoya de la Rosas Ramirez pretentious. Well, yeah, cause it sounds nice. And maybe that's the thing. Maybe that's what we've uncovered is that it just has to flow for me to like it. But also that I think that's a cultural thing. Percy's is not a cultural thing. He comes from the area of the world that all of these other people come from. I don't think everyone else is. It's the nobleman vibe that he's going on. John, you made me realize I've never really worked against diminutives of names in real life. I'm all for nicknames that aren't based on my name, though. Never really thought about it all that much, though. Oh, yeah, yeah, both of my names are one-syllable names, so they're really hard to nickname. Technically, Jack's a nickname, but it doesn't make sense. I used to say Jack is short for, my legal name. And then someone pointed out, they were like, both of them are one syllable. It's not short. and they were also like, yeah, it like doesn't like really make sense. Like, what's the connection there? And I was like, I don't know, man. It's just is what it is. Yeah. But some of them sound so cool. One of my favorite fantasy names from my favorite series is Animander Rake. Ooh, I think I like Animander. Animander's on the line of it kind of sounds like an animal, which I don't love. I don't know why. I think it's the ander at the end. And the mander in general as like an ending to a thing really is tricky. I think it immediately conjures vibes of animals, at least to English speaking people. And Mander really solidifies you in like the reptilian area. But I don't know. Whoa, what's your real name? Well, don't dox yourself. Shut the fuck up, Connor. You know my real name. Shut the fuck up. I prefer to use existing words names. Usually words, honestly. There's a lot of words that make great names. That's true. That's very, very true. Deodorant. Testicles. Scissors. Pills. Bricks. I'm with you. I'm with you, Reste. I agree. Elswith Shelley is a working name. Shelley in stone. But the first name I'm struggling with. When all else fails, I like to grasp for alliteration, even though neither of my characters have it. If second all else fails, I look through cultures that I'm looking to model, and I look through their or not looking to model, but like I normally ask the DM, I pick where the person is from, and I'm like, what sort of culture is this modeling? Because almost always it's modeling a real life culture. And I look through that culture's pantheon of gods. So like, most of the time they have several religions and lots of pantheons to look through. And I will look through god names. So like Eudokia Panunos is a combination. The EUD is, I think, from Eudatos. And the Okia is from like 100 different things in Greek. And I just really loved Okia, and I took the Eud from Eudatos and smashed them together. And taking them from similar things in like an existing language, so like taking them from two different words in Greek, a lot of times can lead you into weird sounding stuff, but it can just as easily lead you into things that sound right because you're just taking, roots from that language. A lot of the time. So yeah, I like to look at gods, pantheons, that sort of thing. What we're learning is that liking things is subjective. Fuck you, Mr. Dad. Everything's subjective in my head. I'm right, and you're all right if you agree with me. Bro, no, I don't. Okay. Oh, sorry, that's doxing that you know me, I guess. Fair enough. The Ildan is a reference to a character he voiced. Did he voice Illidan? Wait, what? Did he voice Illidan? No way. Illidan voice actor. Bro! I didn't know that shit. He voiced Illidan's Storm Range? Illidan? That's crazy. Oh my god, I have sworn up and down. I've wished Liam was dead so many times. Oh my god. That's crazy. I love that. You know, Scissors is actually a great idea for a name. What can I say? What can I say? I just got the sauce. That's fucking wild. You were not prepared, dude. Yeah, today I learned a new thing about Vax's name. That's crazy. Shit. All right.
Well, the pleasure is mine, and it's not often you come across elves that have taken the time to learn the tongue of my folk.
I know many languages.
Well, he's very well-traveled, very well-cultured. That's
well-
part of why we hired him.
I was a bit of a shut-in as a child, and all I had were books on languages to read and whatnot, and adventures and what have you.
Well, if you are seeking membership, you should probably speak with our patron, the owner of this establishment. He's currently in a meeting, I believe, but step with me for a moment.
And he kind of leads you to the other side of the room, and all these draped kind of orange and gold.
Does it sound vaguely funny? Yeah. It can be okay if things are implied, but they're in everything. True CR experience. He voices who? I think a voice acting community is a lot smaller than people think it is a lot of times. Including me. I don't think about it.
Silks that are constantly kind of getting in your way as you push through, lead you into what is a doorway that is covered in these silks. You kind of push into the hallway to the right and left. There's a door across the way. There's 2 doors down the left, and the door at the very end is a really ornate-looking door, a series of locks that are currently unlocked. Hosine walks up to it and knocks gently onto it and takes a listen.
It appears that he will be available in just a moment.
Oh, I know that voice. I've heard them talk for so many hours I could pick it out.
If you'd like to sit tight, and you are more than welcome to speak.
Question, Hosien. While we wait, do you happen to have any wine or ale? Just while we wait. It's just been such a long travel.
But of course.
Oh, thank you. You're so kind.
So claps his hands, and you can see one of the servants that you saw kind of walking around with a small tray enters from the side of the hallway.
Yes?
Posing turns.
The finest wine we have available for the elven lass right here.
The servant immediately darts off, kind of averting the eyes. A moment passes as you guys are waiting, returns with 3 glasses of wine, looking over you two, hands one to each of you, and the servant kind of still averting the gaze from.
I do think about that a lot, of how many just random bit roles, like, they were just like a paycheck of just like, hey, like come in and say, for 2 days and just like voice a bunch of like random lines that will play, that will mix up in the actual like game of like all these random NPCs. I always think about the game Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion. I think had a total of 5 voice actors. Like, total? And one of them is, oh god, not Sir Ewan McGregor. Sir Patrick Stewart. Sir Patrick Stewart is like a lot of the voices in Oblivion. And like, the entire cast of characters is voiced by like 5 people. It's crazy. And once you know it, you can't not hear it. They really stretch them. Yeah, lol. Yeah, dude. It's wild once you realize just how much is done by how few.
And the guest smiles, gives a little curtsy, and then darts back into the main room. Which point...
Cheers. Cling.
I cling and
Eyes.
have my glass over Torbir.
I take a sip of mine. Oh, it's very good.
Awkward silence. Great.
I'm fine.
All
thanks.
right.
Dude, this is again where I get into the balls of steel on Matt. I was talking about this in the CR extras. Like, the balls on this man to just, like, almost let them die before revealing the rug. And only revealing the rug because they actively, like, sought it out. This is what I'm talking about by shutting the fuck up.
Room. Which point...
Cheers.
58-7. He's in the middle of talking.
And the servant kind of still averting the gaze from the guest, smiles, gives a little curtsy, and then darts back into the main room. Which point?
Cheers.
He is in the middle of talking. She says cheers. 58-16.
Cling.
I cling and
Eyes.
have my glass over Torbir.
Okay. This is normally where I think a lot of us DMs that maybe have a problem with talking might jump back in. What was that? 6 seconds? Not bad. You know, little bit of ding ding ding. Especially when he had something that he wanted to say. Like he had continued stuff. But let's watch this silence.
I take a sip of mine.
He lets it hang for 5 seconds, almost as long as the role play lasted. He got interrupted. 6 seconds of role play, 5 seconds of talking. This man doesn't even fucking flinch. Look at this. He doesn't even look like he wants to talk.
Eyes.
Have my glass over Torbir.
Watch him.
I take a sip of mine. It's very good.
I'm fine. Thanks.
All right. I'm sipping it to keep up the charade, but I'm not happy about it.
Nearly, what was that? We start at 16, so that's 25 seconds. That is what I'm talking about shutting the fuck up and letting your players roleplay. He just stared at them when it was dead silent in the room, and he just goes, fuck it. My skin crawls, but it's so good. It pushes people to RP by just, he just stared them down into RPing. Yeah. He said, I'm not fucking talking. I'm sorry, you interrupted me? You had something to say? Say it. And he got them to do it. He got them to get there. Everyone, fucking pieced in. Everyone RP'd. And then once everyone RP'd and it went back to silent, then he continued. Just a masterclass in shutting the fuck up. A masterclass. Matt is great, but so are his players. They RP well enough, even silently, that he can tell they're not done acting. That is fair. That is fair. I don't want to put this all on Matt's genius. His players are very, very good and they have that good rapport. Which is, it's one of the unfortunate things about DMing online, or just playing online in general, is that you don't have as many of those cues as a DM or as a player. Like, it is much harder to have those nice balances there when you can't, directly see people's body language. WW was holding back the glass very expressively in character. Yeah, you're totally right. That is very, very true, Marina. And it is definitely a really good way to not get past some of the awkwardness, but to how do you say it? It's a good way to shortcut a lot of things that are to where you don't need to interrupt people through that body language. I feel this lack of cues, a silence like that from my group is usually an indication that they've actually got nothing to say or do. Sometimes. I mean, and I think that's part of the problem, is that sometimes it is and sometimes it isn't, right? Like, sometimes that silence does mean they've got nothing to say or do, and sometimes it doesn't, but because you're online, you can't tell. I think that my general inclination that I try to tend towards is, hey, Jack, stop talking. Let it be silent for a few seconds, which I'm bad at. I'm still not very good at it. I have to remind myself, God, just let them talk. Just let there be silence for a few seconds. See if they say anything. It's a little different right now because we're learning a new system, so a lot of times I will interrupt to remind them of rules or of things that they're capable of doing. But I'm trying to slowly step off doing that and just like let them go.
It's definitely a Velvish blend, which is generally too sweet for your tastes. But for what you were expecting, it's not too bad. It's serviceable. Nowhere near strong enough to really do anything, but it's not water.
So as I hand it back to you, I sort of mutter, wine. Giant dwarven air quotes.
The door to the into the hallway opens up suddenly, and as it does, a servant walks out holding a tray that contains a bunch of partially eaten fruits, and it looks like the outer gristle of some sort of cooked meat. And it looks at you all awkwardly and then steps past and disappears in the other room. You hear a voice come from the hallway. Enter! I ask you all to enter. You are to meet me. Please, come, sit, be comfortable. Welcome to the Velvet Cabaret.
I look to Torbeer and then look in the room.
Okay, this is a quick voice acting tip for someone who's not a voice actor. Because I am certainly not. And I do not think that my voices are all that good most of the time. However, how I took them from being non-existent to bad is what I do when I am doing a new voice for a new person is I don't think at all about the voice. All I do is I try to inhabit the physicality, and if I want them to have a distinctly like different or weird voice, I just talk normally, but I hold some part of my face weird. So if I want someone to sound differently, I just drop my chin forward. And now I'm talking. And I've got the chin forward. It doesn't sound that different from my actual voice, but I'm changing a lot of things pretty much subconsciously. Or I like really stoop over, and it kind of just makes my entire energy go down. It's less of a change in voice and more of just like a change in tone. Or I'll like stand up really straight, kind of swagger on over. How you doing? How you doing? It's also a great writing tip if you want to get the feel for characters you're writing. Physicality's important. I feel like physicality's important. I don't think that good at doing voices. More or less than I'm not good at it, and more I'm really bad at keeping it consistent. And so I try to do some like very obvious tell. So like another one is like they really use a lot of their lips when they talk. It doesn't sound different, but it does sound weird. So that's why you sound so weird normally. You betcha. You fucking betcha.
I step into the room.
Okay. As you enter, Hozim kind of just lowers his head and offers his arms as the rest of you to acquiesce. Stepping into the room, you see, once again, a room that has a square or rectangular table in the center that has a series of small platters on it with bits of a previously devoured meal. And there are 3 small cushions on the ground that you see would act as some sort of sitting arrangement. The opposite side of the room has 3 large purple cushions, of which there are 2 women, also servants, that are just kind of laying back comfortably, just resting. And in the center, you see a man.
Big Jabba the Hutt vibes.
Very dark complexion, kind of ratty-looking, crimped dark hair, very well-trimmed beard mustache ensemble, and long black and gold robes, very, very long sleeves, and just jewelry adorning every ounce of his hands. His fingers, you can barely see the actual skin beneath. There's just so much jewelry adorning him.
Dude, that's my goal in life. That's my goal. I want to be rich enough to where I can cover every square inch of these suckers. That's when I know I've made it. When I retire, my retirement stream will just be like click clack on my hands with all my rings.
He looks up smiling with his elbows on the edge of the table.
Have a seat. We are to talk, yes?
The mouth of Sauron. Magical mouth.
Introduce yourselves.
I'll do like the really weird things for like non-human things. So like if you were doing animal speaking and talking to a fish, the fish would have its lips really active. Cause it doesn't sound it like sounds inherently like weird and inhuman, even though I'm not putting on like a fish voice. You know, it's or like when I'm like doing a wolf. The wolf, it wouldn't have any teeth, and it would be looking. Or no, this is more of a turtle. Now that I'm doing it, it's more of a turtle. The turtle would be talking to you, and it wouldn't quite know what to do with you. I don't know. Off the top of the head, sometimes the voices are better than others.
Guests are always welcome, but I wish to know who it is that I'm guesting for.
I seat Quarreline and have a seat myself.
Thank you, husband.
Yes. And pretending to check out the
variations on the Southern. I like to do the Southern car salesman. We got this beat over here. All my Southern accents either end up sounding like the sleazy car salesman, or like someone cosplaying a like country singer. I sound like Bo Burnham in Country Song. Those are my two Southern accents.
women in the room. I make a perception check. And that is a 16.
All right. What are you trying to see?
Oh, just if anything sets off my... check out the women in the room. I make a perception check.
Do you? Liam? Liam, that would get an OAC counter. In fact, I'm tempted to give an OAC counter just because I'm so annoyed. And then Matt has to be like, what the fuck are you even looking for, dude? Man made a perception check without asking? Yeah. Just like, yeah, I'm just doing it. Perception check. Bunch of millionaire metrosexuals. Fuck yeah, dude. Millionaire metrosexuals was my nickname in high school. That's my band name that I'm gonna start. The Orion is spreading. I think it's the vibes, man. The vibes are too low. They're all Orion here.
That is a 16.
All right. What are you trying to see?
Oh, just if anything sets off my alarm bells.
They seem to just be lounging. There isn't like there's fear in their eyes, or they seem to be mistreated per se. They're just almost like they're here for atmosphere.
And the
Yeah, I'm checking out the women, but also perception check. Give me lore, DM.
room itself.
The room itself, most of the walls have a velvety texture to them. All the wood has been covered in some sort of material that has just kind of adds to this comfortable, almost, everything feels like it's a lounging bedroom. And that's the aesthetic of a lot of the interior of this location. You cannot quite see the source of the light in the room. It almost feels like there's an indirect lighting accoutrement across the ceiling. Whatever the source of light is, it's covered and being spread across the top, so it gives this kind of...
It's like the golden eye, like crosshair thing, like the camera lens. Oh man, dude. I mean, you can tell, dude. We just did this today. We took apart we had this old couch from my dad that's like one of those L couches, and we took them apart and put them next to each other, and then we have these mattress topper like cushion things, and we stuck them in between, and now it's lounging time. I want everywhere in my house to be a lounge too. Oh yes. Yes, hi. Look over there. play with the bug for a moment. No, it's dope though. We just did that like an hour before I got on stream. And I am very excited. I want everywhere in my house to be built for lounging, personally. I'm pretty sure it meant in the roguish I'm checking for traps way he's not scaling. That's fair. I also think that it meant that. I'm just giving him shit. Yes, ladybug detected.
Dark, intimate feel to the
Oh, she's the most adorable girl. She loves it when I sit down. She hates it when I'm standing and like being productive and moving a lot. Her ideal version of me would be if I was constantly laying down and had my laptop like up on my chest so that she could sit between my legs. That is my dog's ideal version of me. So that she can constantly be between my legs. Oh. Cute girl. I don't know. Make all the homes in a D&D village with the 60s and 70s era conversation pits. Dude, we called it our conversation. Okay, before we moved to Chicago, me and Paige moved in together right after college. So we both had beds. We both had mattresses. And we were like, well, it doesn't make sense to get rid of the mattress, especially like we might want a guest room. So we kept the mattress, but we wanted to make one of our rooms an office because I was like working and still doing school at home because she had graduated, but I hadn't yet. And so we were like, well, where do we put the mattress? We can either just like put it in storage or something, or we could make a conversation pit. So we used to have an L couch with the mattress right in like the crook of the L couch. And then we would have like other things next to it that like pinned it in. Like oh, you can't really see it. We have a chest over here. Yeah, that. So we used to have that on like one side of the mattress. And so we would all pin it in, and we called it our conversation pit, and we fucking loved it. We just didn't want to transport mattresses to Chicago. So now we have these little mattress topper guys that are really easy to move around and sort of serve the same purpose. But I love it. We love the conversation pit. I want to just be able to chill out. And that's okay. Fucking opinion time. I think that's the shit they don't... it's never like directly told to you, but I think it's always implied of like you have to organize your home in a certain way, or like you have to decorate a certain way. Like there are things that are stylish, things that are childish. We just fucking do what makes us happy. It's our house. We can decorate it however we want. And like even our living room, like we have both of our like desktop computers out in our living room right next to, oh my god, that is so washed out. That's our kitchen. We have all that in here with our couches and our game area. And like, I don't know. We just, is just like what makes us happy. And then people are like, I just say people, mostly parents are like, oh, so how's like having the computers in the living room? And we're like, it's going delightfully. It's going great. We love it. I don't know, man. Just decorate. Having like our huge like green wall. I love that shit. I don't know. It's weird.
This current one, at
People are
least.
weird.
As he gestures out to the rest of you to sit. I fear there are only 3 seats, but I assume that your accompaniment are accustomed to standing anyway, so do not worry.
We are.
Very good, very good. Now,
And this is why. I think this has been 20 minutes over 2 hours. We might get there.
you say you come for membership.
Oh, fuck. I forgot to turn up the playback speed. No wonder.
Membership does not come cheap. Membership does not come to anyone. We have a certain level of clientele we wish to keep, because in keeping this, it is easy enough for us to consider it very, how do I say, exquisite.
I'm sorry. Before we go on, what was your name? I don't believe I caught it.
I did not catch your name either.
Oh, I'm sorry. I am Coraline. Coraline Shortholtz.
Coraline Shorthold.
Of the Amon Shortholtz.
He takes your hand, leans forward, and gives you this kind of ginger kiss to the edge of your fingers. Yeah, there is a slimy-ish presence, but not too aggressive. Just a very well-trained type of dealing with guests.
I kind of subversively, like, wipe it on my robes.
My name is Vince Cianor, and I am the owner of this house of joy and pleasure.
I'm the lucky man who married her. My name is Scanlan of the Shortholtz. We're in from Iman, and the reputation of this establishment is well known within all parts of the walls. We're looking to possibly become members here. We hear the entertainment is top-notch, and we hear that business happens within these walls. But I'm not convinced. I'm hoping we can stay for an hour, see what you have to offer. When I find a like a place, I stay for a long time and leave a lot of money. I just like a little taste.
Make a deception check.
Use my last luck of the day.
No.
That's better. 15.
15? Hosing, if you don't mind. And the door closes behind you guys. Well, Scanlan Shorthold. What, if I may ask...
Yeah, well, I guess Vince isn't necessarily well groomed, but it seems like they have a similar sort of vibe. I mean, the owner is clearly much more kind of takes it up a notch, but this is more just for my own general memory of like, okay, the manager and the owner are both kind of lots of jewelry, very, whatever. Maybe not well groomed, but my memory of this episode is that they talked to this guy for like 45 minutes. Whoa, boy, strapping.
business do you run that gives you...
I'm just saying there's 2 different guys, not 3. Is there a third? The well-groomed guy is... Oh, these are just like descriptions. This is just like adjectives that apply to both of these people. Sorry if I didn't make that clear. Yeah, these are the chart is sometimes a little vague about like ghost question mark. Just like a nice conspiracy board should be.
Liquid assets to think that you could walk and rub shoulders amongst such astute clientele. You are well dressed, I see, and well versed in conversation, but I have not heard of you before, and I have very acute ears for people of such heritage in this city.
We hail from Iman.
Okay.
We're not very flashy. We certainly don't do much in public in Iman. I prefer to make my money and enjoy my money, and I don't believe in ostentation.
Why have you come to this establishment? I am made of ostentation.
Dude, that's exactly what I was just thinking. I was like, you're gonna say that to this guy? To the dude with no skin showing on his fingers? You're gonna say no ostentation? Come on, brother. This guy is basically a modern-day influencer with all of his flexing.
For I do not fear what people judge or think here. You do what you like.
Don't get me wrong. I enjoy the form of a beautiful woman as much as the next man. But what I hear...
Why limit yourself?
You said I do.
I mean, even this one here, while his appearance may be rough, I'm certain under certain circumstances he could be persuaded to prove his weight in more than gold and weaponry.
Mr. Cianor, I think it is best you do not make presumptions on our relationship and dealings.
My wife and I are businessmen. And what we hear is that this is where business happens.
Business does happen here, yes. Quite a bit of interesting business.
And we are very interested in all of those interesting businesses.
From what I hear, as my assistant has told me, your business is...
I hear a lot of interest. I'm interested in your interest about our interesting interests in businesses. I love it though. I love it. That was this conversation is such a disaster. Look, sometimes I think the disaster conversations are the best ones. I'm into it.
Tell me, why would the business of shoes require such a ostentatious location for business?
The shoes are the public
Why does
face,
the business require?
but the well runs deep.
We get to the meat of the matter, eh? So, shoes is but an appearance. What is your business aside from cobbling, Mr. Shorthalt?
I know my way around poison. And I hear you have the rarest of breeds here. I have come to spend some money to satisfy my clients.
Make a deception check.
So serious. The shoes are the public face element.
15 again.
Was it?
15.
It would have. I don't know how he would have done it off the top of my head, but if he could have laced in like a face and a heel reference with the shoes, it's like like some sort of shoe heel turn face. It's right there. I don't know how he would have said it, but it's right at the tip of my tongue.
Again.
Poisons. So you supply to, what? King killers? You supply to, sellswords? You apply them to your own weapons? You realize this city is very, very tight-knit when it comes to those sort of industries. Although I know you
Soul of our business strategy.
would think possibly to find it here. I guarantee you, what we deal with here has nothing to do with the slitting of throats.
I'm not looking to sell. I'm looking to buy.
I will tell you one thing that I'm interested in buying. I'm interested in buying information. I'm interested in buying loyalty. I'm interested in buying trust. Since you've walked into this room, there has been an air of some...
Ooh, laced with poison is good. I usually just say there's a heel face joke in there somewhere, and it sounds like I actually made the joke. Yeah, that's true. Calling out the joke is almost like making
something not right about you. And through this conversation, I've come to believe that perhaps you're not telling me the truth. No. I will ask of you at this moment, whoever you may be, Shortholtz or not. But this entire facility is very well paid to make sure that, should you try anything funny, you won't get but 2 steps before the heads leave your shoulders. So let's be frank here. Who are you? Why are you here?
Mr. Vince, let's not play coy. I am sure you have dealt with many a powerful client in your day, and I am sure it is not unfamiliar to you that many powerful clients have many deep secrets.
As she finishes that, I dispel
Right.
off herself.
Okay, as your actual dragonborn appearance restores itself, he sits back.
My apologies. I am Tiberius Stormwind. And I do, yes, wind. Let me get it right. I merely dispelled this to show you that earning your trust is in our best interest. I do not wish to deceive.
Oh, then perhaps you should have walked in this form when you first arrived. You see,
Many people don't take kindly to a red dragonborn, by the way. I just thought it was best. We're in a new town, and it was standard protocol whenever we visit a new town. My apologies.
Well, one person has come clean. What about this one? What is your business here?
My business here is the same as theirs. We're here in the long run to help you.
What is to help me? You have not told me what your business is.
We're here to stop a murderer.
I think, okay, this is something that happens a lot in campaigns where, or not even campaigns, but just in, I think in writing, in acting, in improv, in general character work, where you commit to a bit, like you commit to, we are deceiving them. We are, like, keeping up this facade, and you stick to the plan to the detriment of the goal. Like, they have just been like, they tried to accomplish the plan and now they're changing the plan. But at no point during the plan did they really go after the goal at all of like getting this information, like talking about like these poisons and this cover story. It's like, I like to try and, I mean, it depends on the character and it depends on the situation, but sometimes I will have my players, or I will ask for a role from my players, to like give them maybe like a, not an insight check, or maybe like an insight check or a perception check to be like, hey, this is not really going your way. Like, I try to edge them out of the plan and maybe very subliminally remind them of what the goal was in the first place. Especially when they have no idea who this person is. Like, they have no idea what Vince Senor is about. And so they don't have, like, a huge reason to have this whole ruse in the first place. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't have, like, great advice, but I do try and, like, edge them out of it a little bit harder. And it's exactly what Matt just did there. Of, like, what the fuck are you talking about? What is your business? I don't even know what you're here for. Why are you being fucking weird? Hence disaster conversation. They just continue themselves. Yeah. I have a big head and little arms. I just don't know how well this plan was thought through. Yeah, the ruse idea didn't aid them at all. It rarely does, honestly. I think that the ruse idea sounds really fun, and people don't think through what it actually adds to the plan if they are doing a ruse. Especially, like, let's be real for a second. They're fucking rich. They have a castle in Amman. Like, they could afford a membership here if they were just honest. And, like, I'm all about, like, letting the players do whatever they want. I'm all about that. But I also like to remind them of the reality of the situation. I'll give you an example. Last night, one of my players was picking a lock on a door. And it was bitty, so there are consequences even when you succeed. And he picks the lock, but he feels something on the other side, something attached, a string. He very easily deduces that there is some sort of trap on the other side that is connected to this lock in this door. And somehow the signals got mixed in the description of the fiction, where for some reason the player thought that he had somehow disabled the trap. By, like, I had him basically roll to see if the trap got set off, and he rolled well, and so the trap didn't get set off. But he thought that meant he had disabled it. So he's like, yeah, I just want to open the door. And I'm like, are you, like, doing that with finesse, or are you doing that with like any sort of action roll or anything like that? And he's like, no, I'm just gonna open it. And, like, I see in, like, the webcam, like, one of the other players is like, and I go, okay, I want to let you do whatever you want. Look, man, you know there's a trap on the other side of this, and, like, your player, or, like, your character would know that opening this door is probably going to set off the trap. I'm gonna be, like, real straight up with you. And he was like, oh, wait, what? And all the other players are like, yeah, dude, like, what are you doing? And he goes, oh, I thought the trap was disabled. So it's just like, there's, like, sometimes a small meta break is just needed because, like, like, and it's slightly different from this, but even, like, you know, it's okay, I think, occasionally to be like, hey, guys, like, plans bust. Like, try something different. He doesn't believe you. And, like, in a meta sense, you can say, like, you guys are professionals. You guys are perspective. You guys are not idiots. You can see that continuing this charade is slowly wearing on his patience and his trust, and he's getting close to kicking you out if you continue the charade. Like, I'm a big fan, as I've talked many, many times about staying in the fiction, keeping the RP, not breaking the illusion, not breaking the wall. But sometimes you will just run into this endless cascade of them digging themselves deeper if you don't pause, take a second, and say, hey, stop. So yeah, well, it's hard to change tack without being able to meta-communicate that. Yeah, we're talking about the same thing, yep. Without being able to meta-communicate and stay on the same page with the other players, you have to then come up with a way to telegraph that well. I think that it is sort of it's a DM responsibility. Because the DM is ultimately communicating the fictional world, it's actually very hard, especially during social deduction portions. Because social deduction in D&D is so light, it is so, fucking controversial opinion, so underdeveloped. Like the social pillar in D&D is very underdeveloped, that it's actually very hard for players to accurately understand any given social situation that they're in. Frankly. Like, if you've ever played Vampire the Masquerade, you know what I'm talking about. Like, that shit has deep social mechanics that really let you know how well your ruse, how well your charade is going, and make plans based on that. But D&D doesn't. So it is your job as the DM to accurately communicate the world at all stages. And to just say to your players sometimes, hey, this is not going well. Just gotta tell you, it's not going well. I don't know what you guys want to do about that, but like what you are doing right now is not working. And you don't want to do that all the time. You don't want to railroad your players. You don't want to take away their agency, but you also don't want to waste their time. It's a tricky balance of like pacing and not letting themselves accidentally dig themselves into a hole without taking away their agency. Yeah, pity quota. I almost always just tell the truth or close to the truth in these sorts of situations. And again, I don't want to tell people how to play. You just have to make sure that as a DM, you are communicating the situation as accurately as possible. And sometimes if you know the fiction in your head, you're the arbiter of the truth of the fiction. If you truly believe that a player would not do what they are doing if they understood the fiction fully, it's okay to just say that. Like, I knew my player last night, if he understood the fiction of like, this door is still hooked up to a trap. It was hooked up to a bomb. If he knew that it was still hooked up, he would not just be opening the door. So, like, I have to break for a moment and be like, hey, what's going on? Yeah. This is one thing that C1 has a bit of. The players not appreciating their shifting narrative position. Yeah. And there's a certain amount of responsibility on Matt to truthfully communicate that and fully communicate that to them.
Explain.
Bodies have been showing up outside this building. Multiple bodies.
Only one.
I'm not going to get into the details, but we've been sent here to stop that from happening any further.
We're fairly sure you know of this.
Look at this guy. Does he look like he's fucking around?
He winks at him.
Was it Bleem? Brennan Lee E.E. Mulligan? Oh, instead of B. Lee M. instead of BLM. Fair enough. Better SEO on that. Who said the shortest way to TPK is when people keep randomly changing strategy mid-combat? We're now looking at that in RP mode. We sell shoes. JK, we buy poison. JK, we are investigating murder. Yeah. interaction is hard. And yeah, it is the fastest way to like make an NPC not trust you is to constantly be changing your story. JK, I'm a dragonborn. JK, I'm this. JK, I'm that. But then again, this gets into like, I don't want to tell players how to play. I will say, I think in general, if the ruse doesn't hold up, just switch to telling the truth. Or leave and try something again later. Don't continually, redo the ruse. But I don't want to tell players how to play. I just want to make sure that they're making the decisions that they think they're making.
The force of the wink itself is intense enough at the point where he physically shudders and kind of leans back a few inches.
Now, you must be aware of this problem. Can't be a surprise to you. People are starting to take notice in this city. This was inevitable.
Do you still have Lord Tyrell's possessions?
This is about Lord Tyrell.
Amongst others?
We do have his possessions. They have been investigated. Their establishment has already been investigated. The bastions were very thorough, and we have been found absolved of any sort of involvement
We are
with
not
this murder.
bastions, and we are not here to accuse, and we are not here to investigate your establishment.
It's interesting. You come in here and lie. It sounds to me exactly what you're doing. Now, are you going to... I have to ask you to leave.
He's shutting down. Someone.
And I like the way Matt's handling this. I should say all of that, everything we just talked about, I like the way that Matt is handling this. I think maybe I would have given them a little more grace, but he tried to. He gave them the deception check, and he gave them an opportunity to, but I don't know. There's a little stickiness in the middle of, he asked them to come clean, and they did, but now that they are coming clean, it is now kind of clear that they should have kept up with the ruse, but the ruse wasn't working, and, like, this probably just wasn't the way to investigate this. Like, as I said way back in episode 1, it's okay to put up walls in front of your players. It's okay to just say, like, this is not the way to go about this. Especially if you fail the deception check. Like, it's okay for this just to be a very hard way to investigate this, like this avenue that they chose. And so, like, overall, I like the way that Matt handled this of being like, you're deceiving me. What's up? You're telling the truth. I'm not going to kill you because now you're telling the truth, but you got to get out of here. That's all. That's very reasonable for this guy to have done. So I like overall the way that Matt handled this, but I think it's less of a Matt handled it wrong or the players handled it wrong, but like this is a situation that comes up all the time. All the time. And it is hard to handle, and it's awkward, and you got to be prepared for it. Meta-wise, players pretending to be their PC and then adding another layer on that where the PC is pretending to be a different PC is too many layers for people to play. It is certainly difficult. One of the first characters I ever played was a changeling, and I had a ton of fun with that changeling, but he had like 3 or 4 distinct aliases that he had enough backing credential, and he had worked on them, and I had worked on them outside of this. These are things that they are improving. So they don't have the confidence. And I will also say, in general, my DM for aliases that I'd worked on as my changeling didn't make me roll deception for a lot of them, a lot of the time, which was nice of him. If it was an improv alias, he made me roll deception, but... So yeah, I don't know. I don't know my overall takeaway other than kind of the things I've said along the way, but I do think that this is an interesting scene to analyze and take your own lessons away from. What do you like about this? What do you not like as a DM? And I have a feeling, because everyone, all y'all always tell me, oh, it just keeps getting better. It just keeps getting better. Wait till you get to blah, blah, blah. Wait till you get to this. Wait till you get to that. I have a feeling that we are going to start running into a lot more scenes like this where I don't think anyone did anything particularly wrong, but oh goodness, this is a case study. In like, look at this, like, how do you like how Matt ran it? And like dissect it as a person. As a player, as a DM, like, what do you like about how they did certain things and apply that to
Do something
Inside
quick.
check. Balls.
Can I do also?
I will also make an insight check.
Can I do that as well?
Not again.
We're all gonna die.
See, this is the thing that I find sort of annoying about the curses. It's not that funny. Like, it is funny. But it's not that funny.
That makes my 10 look Titanic.
I'm just here to make you look good. That's what Torbeard does.
Did you do
19.
2. Oh.
No, I rolled a 2.
It's okay. Please, come on.
You're going up.
It's not impressive. Like that's mythic.
Statistically unlikely.
That's
I
the
mean,
thing. You're beating math.
I know. Yeah, I know. I've been beating math
Genius.
for 20 years.
Genius.
Yep, I'm very good.
Yeah. You're the singularity that ruins the
I
luck.
know. Somewhere in the world.
Hey, if you like the curse, if you are in... I think, you know what we talked the other time about the curse being kayfabe? It totally is, and I cannot get myself to buy into the kayfabe. I think that's the problem. If I did buy into the kayfabe, this would be really fun and very funny. But I just can't. I can't get myself to buy into it and to stay within the kayfabe. And none of them can break the kayfabe. Otherwise, everything's broken, whatever. Laughing Gas was pumped into this. Bro, add it to the board. Man, yeah. If I could buy in, it would be funny. I wouldn't be annoyed, but I can't buy in, so it's
There's a
just
person who never rolls under 17, and I was placed on this planet to balance them out, to save you all, to prevent the black hole at the center of our planet from collapsing and taking us all with it. You're welcome.
She's in New Zealand. Other side of the globe.
All right. So, as you all kind of take this moment to yourself, it's hard to read. It seems like he's very thorough and offended by the circumstance. You
absolutely love elaborate lies, no matter the characters. I mean, who doesn't? We're playing make believe. We're playing pretend. We are a set. Sorry, I was glancing over. Pedro's building something in the kitchen. What are you building? Oh, her little thingy. What? You're gonna wait for me?
There's one step that they're missing in the instructions. They're like, yeah, obviously.
Oh, they're missing a step in the instructions. That's a classic. I do look through documentation and instructions for a living. So I will participate. Even in campaign 2, Rebecca, I mean, I think that, yeah, we are all kind of participating in collective storytelling, which is just collective lying. And so I think that there's something engaging about lying within the lie. Like, that level of, like, deepness is very intoxicating to people.
glean that there is a nervousness and there are droplets of sweat across his brow, and his briskness does show a bit of fear in his eyes.
About this time, I go whoosh, and I cast out my wind spell, and I slam the doors behind us, and I slam the shutters, and I turn out all the lights. If there's any, did you say there was like candlelight, or did you say there was like weird direct lighting?
Indirectly, you didn't quite know where the source was coming from. The door was already closed behind you. Hosen closed it, but as the wind comes out, all the silks blow against the wall. Pillows are locked to the sides. Both of the women in there kind of and pull back against the walls, trying to keep out of the circumstance. And you can see Vince has begun to stand up, and his hair blown back. What is the meaning of this?
No. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do that. I sometimes get a little out of control. But remain calm, all right? Jesus, remain calm.
You calm down.
Stop. I'm sorry. I'm trying to remain calm too.
Okay. That kind of goes into everything I was just talking about, of like the two things she wanted to accomplish were unable to be accomplished. And I'm down with just like retconning that with being like, yeah, there's like indirect lighting and the doors are already closed. You sure you want to do that? And if they're like, yeah, I still want to do that, then we go like forward with it. But they, yeah, I don't know. That was a little odd. I wouldn't have stuck with that without asking the player if they still wanted to because they clearly misunderstood.
Doing a great job.
Thank you.
This,
Okay.
Persuasion check.
Damn it.
Who's in this room? It's the women. It's
Two women and Vince.
Vince.
Hosing was closed the door and left in the hallway.
And Vince is
The owner of the.
But is he human? He's
human.
He's him.
Ah.
I'm gonna approach him and I'm gonna cast Mage Hand.
Wait, what? Is the sound and video out of sync in the episode video you are watching, Mega? I don't think so.
And I'm gonna have it float right in front of me, and I'm like,
now, you better start cooperating, because it seems to me that you're getting very nervous, and we don't want to do anything, nor do we want to leave. All we want is information.
Is it still out of sync for you guys? Oh my god, my webcam shut off. Oh. Okay, we're back. Yeah. Yeah, it's out of sync. Oh no. Remain calm. Let's try this. Maybe make a stream. I've seen this happen with watch parties before. Let's try this. Let me know if this is out of sync.
I guess we want to know what you want to know, too. We want a lot of information. So start talking, and stop acting like a fool.
Make an intimidation check.
He's sometimes hard to follow, but you don't want to
15.
follow him.
15. As you do, between you standing, he was kind of in the process of standing up, and you see he was kind of reaching for something under one of the cushions. As you do that, he kind of glances about the room, looks over to you specifically as well, and back to the Dragonborn, the dwarf.
It's in sync now.
Nice.
Ooh, okay. So I have a separate audio capture for Firefox. Maybe I just need to fix Opera. I might try that later, trying to fix Opera, because I don't know if you guys remember, if you go back and watch any of the old streams, I used to have this issue where Opera would like run out of memory randomly while I was like, doing this. And so, but it seems like Firefox has a few more issues. So I might troubleshoot the Opera options to see if
And whatever weapon you are about to brandish, you best wise to leave it be.
You realize you may have just alerted pretty much the entirety of my guard in this establishment that we'll be descending on this room soon.
And you realize that this is only because of your doing.
He sits down on the cushion again.
And Torber looks at him and goes, okay, and pulls his great axe out and leans on his great axe.
I disperse the magic hand.
I say, now,
And I sit on a pillow.
our quarrel is not with you. We are not with the guard. We are not with the bastions.
More calm.
Yeah, still doing a great job with the combat.
I'm trying. Sorry.
Okay. Sorry.
I get emotional.
Yeah.
I'm trying to remain calm here. Okay?
What do you wish to know?
Once again, do you still have Lord Tyrell's possessions?
His possessions are not under my keeping, no.
There we go. Thank you. Where are they?
I have no idea.
I want to do a perception check.
It's the inside, yeah.
Inside check, sorry. Nice. Where are we? Oh, wow. 26.
dude, it's so crazy. I haven't had reason to tick the OAC at all, but I'm getting a little annoyed at the play. Getting a little annoyed occasionally. It's especially the I want to do blah blah blah, or I'm gonna do blah blah blah, and then rolling. God, talk about a bingo card. I don't know about streaming software and all that, but I remember one person constantly just had stream sound manually adjusted 0.5 seconds for it to be okay for viewers. Interesting. Huh. Might have to look into that. Annoyed by what from whom? It's the both Liam, Will, both Wills. Have been doing the like I'm gonna do this check, which we've talked about. It's my big pet peeve. It's not that bad, but it is like especially like blatant this episode, and like pretty constant.
6.
What's that like? That's 29 of your rolls, strangely.
Looking at you tense and says it. He's fumbling lie after lie right now.
It's just you get easy to tell.
Yeah, for you especially. You're like, oh, this, like all the signs are there. The quivering to his voice, his eyes darting from person to person. He's still covering.
Okay, you're sitting in a room now with a whole bunch of people that want to hurt you. So it's obvious that you're lying. What do you know? Or this guy and this guy are going to drag in and axe you.
Look, what happened was unfortunate. There are things beyond your understanding or control involved here.
Oh, I don't know. We can understand a lot.
We fought a beholder before.
Just do not take us for fools who just walked in here without a clue.
Also, this guy doesn't have a personal guard or anything. Like this dude's just like chilling in his room alone. Seems so unlikely as to be contrived. And and I mean, he just said it. You know, you just alerted every guard in my establishment. How far away are those guards? Remember when the other group made friends with Yeti? That was fun. Dude, at least the Yetis, when they made friends with them, were like, oh, well, we needed to feed you to the dragon anyways, so I guess we'll just do that while you're still alive. Like, I thought it was weird at first, and especially with we had the whole disintegration talk. But other than that, everything flowed pretty well. This is becoming stilted, which this is part of the problem with mysteries. Honestly, this really is one of the problem with mysteries, is that the pacing can be really difficult. So I can't remember all of what I said last time, but I would recommend going back to when I was talking about the dispersion of clues and how often you want to offer clues, and about which clues you want to offer and what type. I would recommend going back to rewatch that. But I mean, especially here during this conversation, they are kind of hitting a brick wall, and it's very obvious that they're hitting a brick wall, and like they're in a weird situation, but classic Matt not keeping the pressure up on him, which creates this odd fictional dilemma of how the NPCs can react in a way that feels realistic. When, like, they're in hostile territory, so he should be lying to them and just, like, not really responding to threats and just waiting for his guard. But also, they're acting super confident about it because, like, in their perspective, like, he hasn't narrated anyone coming. Like, they might as well be in a cave and, like, have him isolated for all of the danger warnings that they're getting from Matt. So this is what I'm talking about when it's like, it is your job as the DM to communicate the fiction to keep the pace up. Well, I mean, to do a lot of things, but partially to keep the pace up. Like, when that just happened, Matt said the appropriate thing. Hey, my guards are probably going to be on their way. Well, where the fuck are they? The party doesn't feel like they're on their way because you haven't narrated any shouts or alarms or running footsteps. Like, if they do things, make it have consequences. Not alone with two Yetis. Yeah. You're so right. You're so right. Yeah. I mean, okay, actually, but that's actually a dope twist. That is a dope twist if one of the ostensibly prostitutes is actually like one of his elite guard members that's like a super powerful wizard. That's a very dope twist. And it's a secret, so he's not whipping it out yet. And maybe that's look, we can fix this. That's why none of the other people are coming. That's the thing that that's one of the things at least that this guy is lying about. That's why, like, he's kind of darting around the room, whatever. He's trying to hide it from them, but he doesn't want to let, everyone know about this secret weapon that he has. One of these ladies, the super powerful bodyguard. Like, he wants to keep all of that a secret. But he also, like, maybe he doesn't have as, like, tight of a leash on these other guards as one might think. So that's why none of them are coming running, because, if something does happen, maybe it's not in their fucking contract. Maybe their union, they're here to guard the floor. Sorry, that sounded like disparaging of unions. That's just an old joke. But we're pro-union on this show. It's not their fucking job to go and protect him. Maybe they're just there to watch the floor. And I think that you can make something here. Right now, I don't think that's any of what's happening, but there's maybe something. I think 2 episodes is too short to properly do a mystery arc. This is half-assed for time reasons, I believe. Look, I don't want to talk up my fucking one-shot skills. It is something I'm bit of a leak. I'm actively planning on interviewing some other DMs about making a one-shot, because I'm trash at it. So I don't even want to, insult Matt too much there, but if you're going to do it, you need to be so keenly on the pace. You need to be constantly pushing them. You cannot let them get mired down. Oh no, the badass bodyguard who is also a sex goddess, lol. Oh no. Dude, maybe. That is some 80s sci-fi shit. That would, be on Flash Gordon. Of, they're talking to this dude, and they're talking to this Jabba the Hutt type figure, and then it turns out that the actual, criminal, mafia lord is actually one of his, prostitutes, and then he, Flash Gordon is, negotiating with her, and he seduces her, and he takes over. He dismantles the operation. That's total 80s sci-fi bullshit. The 80s sci-fi is what I was going for. Yeah. Dude, yeah.
I walk forward, I pull out dagger of venom, and I drop a little bead of black down the blade, and I hold it just about a centimeter under his neck. I've all run out of patience, friend. We're here to help this city, and you're going to help us. Talk.
They just rolled with advantage? No advantage? Where the fuck are the guards? You're in his place of business. This guy's a terrible this dude's a terrible criminal. This guy is an admitted criminal. He is trash. If anyone can just roll up and hold a knife to his throat, it is astonishing that this business is still running. This dude would have been slit in his bed. His throat would have been slit in his bed long ago. I suspect Matt wants to get the info and get out. Yeah, probably. He is probably waiting until they get the info and then he will start applying the pressure, but that's bullshit. And I don't play that. Which, to be fair, it's campaign versus one-shot shit. But your clues, as we talked about last session, you should have tons of ways to deliver the clues. You should have multiple options. This guy should not have critical information if he is going to be weird and cagey about it. Right? This should not be the only place you can get this information. You need to kick them out quick. And in the process of kicking them out, let them notice something that gives them another lead. And then get into that fast.
Nation check with advantage because of this whole setup here.
Dear God, so many. Come on.
20.
Whole conversation.
You'll kill me if I say anything.
We're gonna kill you now.
Now or later, friend.
And we could protect you from them. Or it.
This establishment, I'm not the owner. I'm a figurehead. Something else currently runs, pulls the strings from behind.
Yeah, sure.
Something else?
As we said, it.
He kind of looks off, past you, just over your shoulder.
Perception check.
Oh, son of a bitch.
23.
23. You glance over your shoulder briefly, and at this point you can see the door is partially ajar. And you can see in a little bit of light there is a dwarven face staring through the passage. That then slams the door shut quickly, and you hear footsteps.
Oh, great.
Was that Hosen?
That was Hosen, yeah.
Fucking Hosen.
Thanks a lot, Hoser.
And he's shaking his head now with the blade there, as you hear the feet running off now.
I'm I'm going something tiny and fast. What's tiny and fast?
Mouse, rat.
I'm going rat,
Carrot.
A fly.
Okay.
and I'm going after Hojin.
Nice.
You guys watch as Keyleth all of a sudden grasps the side of her armor, and then her form shrinks down to a tiny rat, then darts underneath.
I'm gonna bat this guy in the head. I'm gonna just flip the blade and strike him across the forehead.
Okay.
As I see her do this, I open the scroll. When the scroll's given, I do polymorph myself, and I turn myself into a gadfly and follow.
Okay.
Yes, that's
Scroll
right.
is consumed and gone. You just turn to a fly and follow as well. Two of your party members just shrunk and vanished and went off as creatures. You go ahead and roll for an attack.
Okay, so on a surprise, it's advantage. So 19's pretty good. I'll take the 19 over the 2.
Okay, is he surprised? I've gone on whole fucking rants about how stingy Baldur's Gate 3 is with surprise, but come on. I don't... Is he surprised right now? I don't know about that.
Right.
So that's 19.
I think they've been threatening to kill him for like 4 minutes. This is maybe the least surprising thing you could do.
Who's 30? No, 19, 30?
That hits. Go ahead and roll sneak attack damage on that.
Okay, sneak attack damage.
This is subdual.
Is this a surprise because he didn't know it's coming, or it's
is,
not?
yes.
It is.
Yeah. I mean,
So, because of my assassinate feat, then this is a critical hit. Yeah.
Alright.
So, just the sneak attack damage? Okay, 4, 8, 10, 12, 15, 21, 42.
42. Yeah, you whack. He's out. Like a light just lights off. Face on the pillow. The two women squeal in reaction. You guys, as you rush into the door, what are you guys doing?
I am leaning over to see what he was reaching for.
As you glance over, you can see what appears to be a small jeweled blade that is hidden underneath one of the cushions there. It's a curved dagger that comes to a gradual point.
I'm gonna take that.
Okay, so write down jeweled.
Is that... If that's not lore, fuck you, Matt. That had better be a goddamn clue. If it is a random piece of loot in this pace-fucked scene, I'm gonna lose my fucking mind. If he's just like, yeah, jewel-encrusted dagger, worth about 40 at the nearest pawn shop, like, fuck off. Oh, man. This guy also has 4 whiz. Only way he'd be surprised. It must be, dude. Don't get me started on Liam. Don't get me started on Liam Bax going after surprise. Oh, man. Maybe that's on the board.
Dagger in your equipment.
I want to search him. I want to see if he has anything on him in his pockets, anything.
Okay. As you are going to go through his body, you guys have rushed beneath, and as you can see, the dwarf Hozim is kind of walking down the hallway really quickly, kind of with his robes over.
Can I, as a gadfly, can I in front of him?
You pull underneath, because you had to go underneath the door to make it into the hallway. You see him, he's about 15 feet away, and as he's walking, he's looking about very nervously. You can see one of the guards is kind of approaching, and he kind of looks back over.
I mean, true. He definitionally would be kind of an idiot. I'm mostly like, what the fuck's going on with the guards? But also, if he... Okay, this maybe saves the scene a little bit. I guess maybe the guards aren't gonna go and save the figurehead, but that seems bad for keeping your cover story up if you just let the owner die. So it seems like they probably should go and protect him. I don't know. We're seeing a lot of the hand of the author here. Not good.
And sees
Can I,
the rat straight in the hallway.
How far away is he from me?
He's about 20 feet.
How far away is the guard in front of him?
Well, the guard... You know what? Let me go ahead and pull this up. This will be an indicator of the circumstance here.
He does what?
Oh god, we have a map.
He has a map? Where the fuck was this?
On, we need to move.
Okay, so he's right there.
Mama Cass, what have you found?
All right, you guys are
So-
currently inspecting him
Oh,
at the moment as you guys are rushing through.
So I'm within
Lol, all the UI changed because I tried to zoom in on the map.
20 feet of him, whatever?
You are... Actually, no, he'd be back here, yeah. He's just rushing past, so he's 25 feet from you.
Okay, I'm going to
What the fuck is going on with this map? Wait,
get this.
I can pop this out, right? No? Mini player? No, not mini player. That's not what I want. I can pop this out somehow. I know I can. Just have to figure out how. What if I do that? No. Nope, didn't work. you guys know how to pop it out? I know there's a way. Oh. Oh, what are you? Aha! And now I can resize this to my heart's content. Oh, much better. Okay. I mean, we'll leave it where it was for now, but... Okay.
So, polymorph, and I'm gonna cast silence in front of him. I'm gonna silence him.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So you using him as the source?
Yes.
Okay. So as you unpolymorph, he looks over his shoulder and sees you take his form. You go ahead and cast silence, which has an opposition. It's what level spell is that? Second level?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay, cool. So it creates a sphere of a 20-foot radius of silence here. So he just goes and he does like a hand motion. Nothing happens. Frustrated, he continues to run. Roll. I have you guys roll initiative.
Fucking shit.
Cash.
17.
17.
That was at 17.
17.
Yeah.
All right. So you guys will both be going first. But before we finish that, as you guys are searching the body, you hear all of a sudden the sound of some sort of a scuffle, a flash of some sort of energy in the hallway that's muffled between the doorway, and footsteps also happening. So there's some sort of, as you just start to get through his pockets, you start hearing some sort of a scuffle outside of the room.
I'm gone.
Okay.
Yeah, me too.
So have you guys roll initiative as well?
I don't even know.
All right.
Not
Is it 6
great.
or a 9?
9.
That's a 9 or 6.
That is a 9.
That's a 9, all right.
Plus your
Theoretically.
11.
Only when it counts is what it is.
Well, right, I know, but there's 20 faces on this. So, I mean, look, right?
Does he just roll a 20 when it didn't matter?
It can happen. I know that it's possible. I've done it in my
All
life.
right. So as you guys are turning, we'll get to your turn in a moment. Tiberius, Keela, if you're up first.
Are we same time?
Yeah.
I guess I'll go ahead and cast out of my B shape as well and cast hold person on him as he's running away.
Okay. Cool. You're staying where you are? You're gonna move? Are you stay there or are you gonna move?
Well, he's right there, right?
Right there, yeah.
So I'm just gonna
All
try
right,
and
so
hold him.
you go ahead and cast Hold Person. As the spell releases, you can see kind of the mystical kind of shimmering cage that seems to encapsulate. Seems to shrug it off.
Because he's not a person. He's not a person. I should have fucking done grasping vine.
That's fine.
God.
Aha. I don't think this well-groomed makeup jewelry, all that is important. So I'm gonna take it off. So that we can okay. Aha, Hosen. And
God damn it.
That's
All
fine.
right.
Okay. Oh, you want to move or are you staying where you are?
Yeah, I'll follow after his ass.
All right.
you're
You
not
can get up to pretty much right adjacent to him if you want.
Fine.
All right, Tiberius.
Bring it.
I'm going to cast telekinesis and grab him that way.
Okay. So from where you are, you go ahead and you create your telekinetic force. You rush out, and the telekinetic force seems to have no effect on the dwarf's form.
It's the Rakshasa! That's him! No! No! I yell you, don't chase him! I go.
There we
And I
are.
go, what?
Come back!
Where's she going here? She goes,
The rock what?
I'm in the silent bubble.
there is currently no sound coming from the center of that area.
She can hear me,
She can hear you.
And I'm not that far. You heard me! The other way! The other way!
and I move in the room with these guys.
Okay. As you guys turn, you see Tiberius comes rushing into the room.
The Rakshasa! Nothing worked on him! And I think that's not normal!
You're speaking Draconian. You're speaking Draconian.
Sorry! What's happening? Rakshasa!
dude, that did sound like Draconian.
I believe the dwarf is the Rakshasa. I cast many things. I killed him, nothing hit him, and I silenced him, so he didn't...
You left her with him?
No, well, I mean, I'm sure
I
she's
shoved past him and just out the door.
Okay. At this point in
Ran
time,
away from the target.
at this point, Hozim,
So I stomped past him in my wordy stomps.
right, Hozim gets just out of the sphere of silence, and then angrily does a motion with the hand, and then that'll bring us next to
Damn.
right, Brother Cashin, what do you want to do?
I want to go back 8 moves and catch the thing. I think, well, what we're going to have to do now is
Bastard. He's got to be in the area. Wait.
find out where he is. Let's locate creature again if we can.
I drop to my feet.
Okay, well, this is during your turn.
Yeah.
Is there anything you want to do?
Yes.
Can we locate creature? See how close he is?
How long does it take to cast locate creature?
I believe it is 1 action.
Okay, so you can do that.
Okay.
So you mark that off as another casting of that spell.
Okay.
As you kind of rush out into the hallway and see that it's vanishing, and you cast the spell for a second, you can see the direction of the creature is roughly ahead of you, and you also see a door on the opposite side. This right-hand door, open and close.
He just goes invisible. He's not teleporting. He's just invisible. That's a big thing.
Yeah, he's here. He's still here. He's just we can't see him.
You still have 15 feet of movement if you want to move forward.
Yeah, I would like to move forward.
Okay, so you'll get to that point with your turn, and you've kind of gathered that that's the direction of him, and that you know that's where it's going.
I know where that's going. Okay, so we saw the door shut. That's where he is. Let's go.
Don't run blindly in there. Hold on.
That's right.
I'm gonna walk. I'm gonna run just up past Keyleth. I'm gonna look at her as I pass. Not bad. Keep going. Stop there, and I'm gonna try to sense traps.
At this point there?
Yeah.
Okay, so you can get up to here if you're gonna use an action as well. So.
That's fine. Yeah.
Okay. As you go to talk to her,
Yes.
no words come out.
Can I see what's going on?
No, you're in the other room still. Everyone just kind of dart out. You're like, as you're making route. So go make a perception check.
Okay. 21.
21. Glancing about the room, there doesn't appear to be anything that catches you as a trap. This hallway is fairly often traversed by the clientele of this establishment, and nothing seems dangerous. That would be a difficult thing to put in the middle of a place and still run a business.
Okay. I'm look.
Of silence. That is what Scanlan would say. You're right. Oh, Scan man. God, I'm missing Scanlan again. I shouldn't do that. I shouldn't miss him. Every time I miss him, he proves to me that I shouldn't be missing him. But I do. Ooh, this might be too convoluted. We might be at the point where we can't reorganize and have no jumps. I try to have as few jumps as possible, but I think we're at the point that if I want to connect these and this, I have to allow a jump, which is fine. Jumps are fine. Okay, yeah, because the whole has invisibility and shapeshifting confirmed would basically solve this entire node. Like, I would kind of mark that as, like, solved, personally. But, I mean, it's maybe I'll add, like, a question mark onto that. Because, like, this was, like, you know, kind of one of the open questions, and I think that pretty clearly solves that. So, I don't know. We'll see. Everyone knows they shouldn't love him, but that's charisma for you. You probably don't need to put so much effort into this particular mystery. No, but it's fun. You're probably right.
Get Cash and Keyleth and say,
Is this just the fight? Are they just gonna get the Rakshasa now? There's another episode. Oh, wait, what's happening?
All right, then
are we out of initiative? We're still in initiative.
We're still in initiative. Okay. Currently, for the moment, just for the sake of the pace on this. All right.
Going as far as I can down the hall, toward the direction of the bad guy.
Okay. That gets you to about there. Cool. That ends that turn. At which point, 3 of the bouncers then start pushing through the silks. One of them pushes this way here. This one kind of pushes aside, and they come out, weapons drawn, seeing all of you there. And one of them goes,
Man.
That's their turn, but it looks like they're ready to jump into some sort of combat circumstance. That brings us to the top of the round. Tiberius, you're up.
Where'd you say the fights came from?
They came from the main room, where the silks are that kind of separate the hallway from the main area. And you start hearing people shouting and some slight yelps and screams from the other room. Okay. People that seem freaked out by the sudden rise in energy.
What was that guy's name? Lohan?
Hoseen?
Hoseen.
The dwarf is Hoseen. The other guy.
That's so true, Angus. That's so true. That is the end point of conspiratorial thinking. Right there. Of like, oh, we already know that it all comes back to blank. You know, why are we even discussing? Why are we debating? Why are we trying to find solutions? The solution is just to out Kima. That'll solve all the world's problems. That is the end point of conspiracy theories.
Just in my head, I just disperse silence. Okay. And before I go out, I turn into Hosing. Alter self.
Okay, so use your action to cast alter self. You take Hosing's form. You step out, closing the door behind you.
How did he sound again?
How did he sound?
I don't know.
He's a
He was
dwarf.
Scottish. He was Scottish.
Oh, Scottish, but fancy.
He's fancy dwarf.
Wearing makeup.
Yeah.
He's glam rock.
Oh, right.
What's all this noise out here? What are you bothering my friends for? Guards!
The guards can look over confused. And we heard that there was a.
Everything's fine. It's our friends. Get on with your business. Get back on patrol. Make sure nothing happens. I'll have your heads.
Make a deception check.
Oh, come on, Tiberius.
28.
The guards kind of look at each other.
Dude, speaking of something that should give him advantage, I think, I mean, I guess it's arguable that he wouldn't even be able to make the roll if he didn't have that, so maybe not advantage. Never mind.
All right, but if anything happens again, there's a problem, let us know. We'll be at the ready.
Of course.
They sheath their weapons and kind of look untrustingly to the rest of your group with your weapons currently drawn and step
Oh,
back.
I'll get out.
They disappear back into the main room and they start calming down some of the other patrons who are starting to peek around and trying to see what's going on. The action. Some look smiling and curious to see what's happening, and they're like, "Go back to tables. It's fine. There's no problem."
I like the disguise giving advantage. Yeah, it would depend on if I'm in Matt's head, do I even allow an attempt at a lie? If he doesn't have a disguise, if anything, just to give him a little boat. That's true. It's a good split-second decision and like split-second thought. So yeah, it would depend. It would probably depend on how generous I'm feeling, honestly, in the moment.
They disperse the energy.
Not bad, Tiberius.
With that, I just kind of continue with the charade and loop my arm around Vax and say, shall we go into that room?
Just a moment, dear.
Okay.
Pull out the same poisoned blade and start walking down that hole a little further. And I want to see if I sense any traps further ahead.
Okay, it's about there.
Yeah.
Make a perception check.
Natural 20.
Looking about.
And balance was restored to the universe.
Oh God, don't do that! Come on!
Put it away. Watch as the dice just like turns to dust.
It's the end of Raiders.
Oh shoot. Okay. If they're not going to, well, I'm debating. Okay. I'm gonna put a little poll in chat because the UI elements are kind of hard to deal with if I don't think that there's going to be anything else interesting. So I'm gonna start a poll. Should I continue with the graph? Will it be interesting? Yes or no? Because I can either just put this full screen and make the UI elements like fit nice, or I can put it not full screen and still have, this panel to work on the graph.
You glance about the room as you're walking forward carefully, looking at the floorboards, looking at the tapestries and the walls, looking for anything of the out of sorts, and your eyes very keen to finding anything out of the ordinary. The room, thankfully, does not appear to have anything specifically tracked. It seems fairly safe.
Ooh, okay. And those are doors up there?
Yeah, door to
Would
the right,
that
door to the
check
left.
include the doors themselves?
I would say with the natural 20, yes. The doors both also seem to be functional doors, not designed.
Okay, it's 5 votes with 5 votes with 100% no. I have a feeling that there's not much more mystery going on after this. So we will go back to full screen and I will modify the on-screen elements. I think the information is good to have, but not sure how useful it'll be from here on. Yeah, I mean, I thought it was fun to have, like a little graph, like we're all solving a mystery together. I mean, obviously you guys know the mystery, but yeah, it's more like I guess they already know the identity of the Rakshasa and where it is. I'm really interested in what else they're even gonna do, but we'll see. Yeah, it was very cool. Well, I'm glad you guys had fun. I had fun doing it. And maybe we will whip it back out for the next, maybe if there's ever like a mystery arc or something that maybe has a little bit more time, we'll do another graph. I don't know if there's another one of those in Critical Role, but we'll see.
Any sort of trap attached.
All right, I'm pressing my ear to the door on my left.
There. Listen to it. Perception roll.
So many.
I don't know.
4,
I'm
6.
moving the
Shouldn't have
Seems fairly quiet.
my dice.
If we stop pursuing, does that take out initiative?
You guys are not currently in initiative. You're not in the thick of battle. You've managed to disperse the conflict.
I'll do it at the other door as well.
All right, you step through the door. You guys want to do anything else while you're just waiting on him?
Yes,
I'm just gonna come. I want to get as close to him as I can, and I'm ready for a fight.
Yeah, I follow.
Same.
Torbjörn.
All right.
Torbjörn, do you have an extra sword or arm on you? Perhaps a short
No
sword?
perception.
Any of them?
I give him the
that one.
jewel dagger.
That one's a 19. No, 19.
Thank you.
19.
Appreciate it.
Listening, you hear what sounds like a slight sound, some sort of a scooting of wood on wood, and then silence.
kicking the door hard as I can.
Okay, make a strength roll.
He did it. He did it. He got on the annoyance counter because that is so annoying. And I'm not looking for it. I want to be clear. I have not been looking to give him a tally. But when the fuck has Tiberius ever wanted some sort of weapon? Like, that's what? Like, he's just lying. He's just lying to a party member to get this magic item. Like, I don't even... Yeah. I mean, it's nothing, it's not crazy. It's not getting him more than one, but what the fuck was that?
What's the straight strength?
Oh, wait, that's the wrong guy. 12.
As he's doing
14.
That, as he's doing that, I'm going to drink a potion of Frost Giant Strength.
Okay. You wham, slam your foot into the door. Oh, that was the foot that you just got healed. Oh, that's gonna bruise. That's gonna bruise.
Keyleth, Coraline, darling, could you come up here, please?
Yes.
Yeah,
Because he read the stat block and knows most magic won't work. Maybe that's actually fair. I saw him, doing this, and I thought that he was going to... Okay, you know what? Maybe I'll give him half an annoyance, because that's actually fair. That is annoying separately, but that's actually not as annoying. I thought that he was assuming that this was a magic item, and he just wanted to, be the one to play with it. But if he's actually trying to be productive in the moment, even though it's with meta knowledge, I'll only give that half a tick.
Did you stub your toe, darling?
Sorry, yeah. I think I want to get this door open quickly, please.
I'm gonna hit the door with my axe.
Okay, go for a roll.
One.
What'd you roll?
One.
No way!
This is
It's
amazing.
a lie.
I'm gonna do something.
If it wasn't live, no one would believe
I'm gonna do
it.
something here.
I rolled a 1 because it is what I do.
Nah, Marina, that's fine. That is sufficiently vague. And it's a nice little way to pump the Discord. If any of you guys want to talk about spoilers with each other outside of chat, we have a special chat for that in Discord that I never look at. I have it muted permanently, so feel free to give all of your spoilers in that chat. But that is totally sufficiently vague, Marina. No worries. Yeah, I mean, this was just giving me, wanting Scanlan's crown sort of vibes. Trying to trade it off screen.
I'm gonna test this theory. I'm gonna trade you
Oh, okay.
for now.
Yeah.
And I'm just gonna leave you with that dice and see if it
If it transfers,
has impact whatsoever.
you have to throw it into the fire, Mr. Frodo! The curse doesn't care about which die is rolled.
Which is very possible, but there needs to be
It's
some sort
okay,
of...
it's like science class.
Yeah. So,
Because that dice was in the vicinity of Matt's hair, you'll be good.
So much... That was such a...
He rolled an average of 7.8 on a d20 for this first episode. What sort of standard deviation is that? Let's see. I'm gonna look it up.
All right.
What's the it's not an L value. What's the R value on that? How unlikely is that?
so how much damage do I take for some reason?
As you pull back the axe, you actually swing wildly backward, nearly hitting Vax in the process. You have to dodge out of the way as the axe embeds itself into the wood behind you.
Again.
Axe is stuck.
I kind of stop myself before and go, pull out Thieves' pick.
Okay,
Starting
you
to lock.
unclasp and... as you do, you feel your throat seize suddenly as the cold liquid tends to freeze up what is normally a very warm and very fire,
20 minutes behind. No! Damn. That's all good. All good. No worries, man. We will see you then. According to my statistics, Will rolled an average of 7.8 on a d20. Dude, Rebecca, you should post. Do you have those? Because I have a correlation coefficient calculator. Although we don't have actual Y values. Interesting. Wait, let's see. Oh man. The Colbert. Okay, maybe not. Oh man, because I don't know how to, because we need to know the outer ranges. So it would be like, it's on a 1 to 20. The expected value on any given roll is 10.5. So what is that R value away? Like, what is the 7.8 away from 10.5? I don't know.
Breathing interior to your throat, and it thaws slowly. And as you exhale, you can see the mist. And suddenly your muscles pulse with energy, and you feel like your physical form is embodied strength far more than you've ever felt within your body before.
With his dual dagger, I take out my dagger.
Okay.
I feel great.
The fresh maker. There's now the angriest dwarf right now clutching 2 daggers as you get down with your thieves' tools.
Try again. That's better. Oh, that's a 24.
Nerd alert.
Come on.
All right. You. The door.
Standard deviation is just under 6. I don't know. It's hard without knowing how many rolls he's made in this episode. Ooh, that's why I was thinking if Rebecca has the stats, we could know.
Door swings open without issue. It's one of the easier jobs you've had.
Should have done that in the first place.
Yeah.
You,
Should have beat it down.
Ninth time's the charm.
push open the door and find your way into what looks to be a very well-adorned bedroom. There is a small table on the side where there are some books stacked up. There's a dresser in the far end. It's closed. There is a canopy bed set up. There is a small end table on the side, and the rest of the room has a nice kind of a circular rug that's thrown across the center, and there are no windows currently to this.
Turn my head to everyone and just mouth the words. And perception check the room.
Yeah. His rolls. Like what is, because I believe that's what an R value is. The correlation coefficient. So like the standard average of a D20 roll is 10.5. So to be that low, to have an average of 7.8, what is that correlation coefficient? Because that sounds ludicrous. Like that 7.8 does sound high, or not high, I guess low. But I wonder how high that actually is. It does sound very high though.
Can I perception check as well?
24.
Can I just look to see? I want to just kind of meditate. What did you just roll? 24.
24.
I want to see if I see any like movements or just like brushes of cloth or anything like that. 19. Not as good as fast.
No, 19.
All right.
How long does it take me to pull the axe out of the wall, and how far into Yakety Sax does the soundtrack get? Up there, and just with the foot and jumping on it and trying to pull it down. And...
We're currently hitting like the 1 minute 15 second mark.
Okay, great, sure.
Haven't quite pulled it out of the wood yet.
Okay, good. And my little legs are kicking underneath me while I pull it down. I'm cursing in Dwarven.
They call me Benny. Benny Hill.
You wish to enter the room?
I don't, actually. I wish to, because of all the sound, I wish to, turn my back to the room and guard the hallway while everybody else is inside checking
Okay,
out.
so you're keeping an eye out, and you do see that there's like kind of one of the guards just to the south who's just kind of keeping an eye, looking over carefully.
Okay.
You guys make a perception check. Looking around the room, you see there is no movement. There are no curtains on the walls. There is the rug, and most everything else in here seems to be perfectly still. You catch what looks like a little bit of movement of the canopy bed, the material that's on top. There's a slight sway to it that comes to stillness that you just barely catch with your keen half-elven eye.
I would like to run up the bed and stab up. Both hands, clicking boots of haste.
Okay. Bam! Click the boots of haste. You run and charge up into the bed and stab upward into the canopy. Material is torn asunder. This very fine, probably imported silk is carved into 3 separate ribbons and falls gently onto the cushion of the bed proper, revealing the hardwood ceiling above you.
I'm gonna check the ceiling.
Okay.
A lot of perception. I'm all out of luck. Yeah, that's no good. That's a 14.
14, looking about solid wood. You can move your fingers along, and you're standing on the bed. You can just get it within reach and feeling along the board. It's all pretty solid.
I'm gonna kind of like make myself like kind of soccer field goalie this stuff with the door, like in the door frame, and do another like just really trying to see if I see any brush of dust or movement.
Okay. You keep an eye out. You pull your axe free into the hallway door in front of you. The wall. This one, though, not all the strength. You pull it out and kind of try as best you can to save some grace.
Well done.
Yeah. I got this.
Yeah, I was graceful.
Emotion Tiberius over.
Should I do perception on that? Nope.
That ceiling looks pretty solid.
Can I turn, stand my back to the door, I turn over, I do a perception check, and then...
Go for it. You kind of step over, you glance past Keyleth.
Oh my god, 1. I got 2.
You look over, and for a split second, you're...
Stop trying to steal my thing, you guys.
Sorry, man.
You glance over, and you're more distracted by the fact that Keyleth is doing this awkward field goal thing to the door to you for no reason. Together.
I think I might have been pulling a random statistics term, like out of my ass, because I'm now looking up. I don't actually think that the covariance is what I'm looking for. I think I'm looking to compare experimental versus theoretical probability, but I don't actually see probability basics. A probability value will fall between 0 and 1. I don't think I'm good enough at statistics to determine anything interesting on this.
And you forget what you're in the middle of doing.
I'm trying to make myself
There appears to
good.
be no exit from the ceiling.
May I enter the room?
You may. You push past the confused cleric
Okay,
and
so
the more
I look around, I look at the rug, I sigh heavily, and I pull the rug.
pull the rug, revealing a wooden floor. Plain slabs.
You thought that was gonna be good.
What's the point, too?
I'm not a fan of elves or half elves before, but this one's really starting to dig into you a little.
That's great. I'll make a perception check because we could total up all my rolls and I'd have 5.
Come on.
Hey! That's actually better. 20.
Hey! Oh, you pull the rug back, there's nothing there, and you kind of look about at the rest of the folks with a heavy sigh. But the rug was on the right track. Everyone was keeping high, looking beneath the bed. You can see what looks to be, in the shadow, some little bit of elevated wood that catches your attention.
Does that work? I don't think that people other than me can post links. So, like, I don't see the link, and I know I'm on live chat, Rebecca. But you could post it in the Discord. You could post it, like, in general. Or in the thread for this video. Let me put it in the Discord, no problem. Yeah, in the thread for this video, so it's up in announcements, and it'll be Critical Role Night October 16th. Would be a good place to put it. And maybe afterwards, I'll I have a friend who majored in statistics and is currently working at Quest Diagnostics in their statistics lab. So I will ask her, like, how do I even, like, quantify how unlikely this is? And I know that she'll have an answer for me. So I will get back to you. That'll be my intro to next episode. I'll do the dun 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 dun. How cursed is Will Wheaton according to the math?
He's under the bed.
I'll lotion over there.
Well, we're not silenced, right? So I'm yanking off any fancy clothes I have on, and I'm pulling my cloak of the elven kind out. I'm just putting it over, and I just sort of spider under the bed and check for traps.
I pick up his clothes and I put them in the bag of holding.
Oh my god, she's folding the clothes. We're in the middle of this, she's folding the clothes.
They might come in handy use later.
Unbelievable.
25 for looking for traps.
Okay. Well, it's a good thing you roll hand of perception, because as you spider underneath, your first hand goes and then goes underneath, and you nearly tumble, and you catch yourself. There is a 5-foot wide hole in the ground right beneath this bed. And as you catch yourself, you can feel a little bit of wind just slowly drifting up from underneath. There's some sort of an airflow coming from underneath this bed where this hole is, and you feel over and you can see that little bit of wood that you saw peeking forward is the top of a makeshift ladder that is currently fastened to the side of this tunnel that disappears beneath the room.
Is there dim light down there?
It is pitch black.
Pitch black.
You can see with the dim light from your low light vision a little ways into it, about, I'd say, 20 or so feet from the angle you're at, because you're not looking directly in, and even just glancing over the side, it continues down for quite a while.
And it's big enough to fit all of us if we wanted to go.
Independently, yes. One person would go down every single file, of course, because it's a tight tunnel.
Only one way to go.
I'll go.
You can see in pitch black, right?
I have dark vision 60 feet.
Is that dim or
Dark.
Dark vision, you can see within a short distance of pitch black, and then a larger distance of low light. So yeah.
Badass, man.
I'll go.
All right. So we'll put an order here. Who's going down next? All right. And after Vax,
I'll follow my husband.
Keyleth. That's weird. Tiberius.
Before we go down, I'm going to take off my outer. No, I can't take off it. Nope, I can't take off it because that's all my gear. Never mind. I don't do that. But before we go down, I cast Stone Skin on myself.
Okay.
Cast it right now.
Okay.
So now we're going into a dungeon crawl, huh? Or is this going to be like a teleport tunnel? Man, I would really prefer, I think that the vibe of this would be much cooler if this was just a teleport tunnel and it went to some other business. And we learned more about the Rakshasa's, like criminal business empire. But I have the distinct feeling that, much like the one-shot, we have just found the entrance to the dungeon, and we will now go through some traps and some obstacles, and then we will fight the Rakshasa. That is the vibe that I'm getting, which will be disappointing, but also understandable. There are scheduling issues, there are time issues. I'm sure that Matt could not put as much effort into these one-shots as maybe normal, but we'll see. Casino crawl. Not my observation, but first group had a dragon. This one has a dungeon. Yeah, that's you are yeah, Dragons and Dungeons, huh? Novel concept.
Your form shimmers for a second, and you notice this too, Kashaw. His scales almost seem to protrude into earthy spikes and then form and solidify, almost like his body becomes its own suit of armor.
Okay, that's cool. Even though I'm still north though.
And are you holding?
I'm gonna go, but I'm gonna cast a freedom of movement on myself before I go down there.
Okay. As you do, you feel, even with the encumbrance of the armor you're wearing, you feel like your form is a little more nimble, agile, and you're ready for anything that might try and stop your passage. You guys begin making your way down with Torbeer leading the way. You descend for a good 3 to 4 minutes. You gather probably a good 100 feet or more down. What am I wrong? And there are a few that you reach that are a little rickety. But 100 feet down, one hits your foot and snaps. But you manage to catch yourself on it. But you get the feeling that this ladder is probably not meant to hold someone of your heavy physical form.
Largesse.
Largesse.
Thank
you could use, yes.
Yes.
One by one, you make your way down until eventually you begin to see towards the edge of your dark vision. Floor finally begins to appear and rise towards you. You step off the ladder into what appears to be a small circular area that leads into another 10 foot by 10 foot tunnel, or about 10 by 15 foot up, and continues forward. This is very natural carved earth. It's not smooth stone. It just looks like a tunnel that was mined out of the floor.
Is it still dark?
It is still dark. There is no light source currently, and you all eventually make your way down.
Is there anything loose down there that I can grab a hold of, a rock, anything?
You can't see anything.
So you can't.
Mr. Human, you are in pitch black darkness.
Well, that's why I'm wondering if I feel around underneath me to try to find some kind. Do I find a loose stone? Do I find a pebble? Can I find anything to grab?
Can I reach down? Yeah, you managed to find a couple of small stones.
Oh, he's milling about.
Light. That's what I was gonna do, but he beat me to it. Thank you.
So you reach down and
no, you kidding?
You find a stone. You pick it up. You begrudgingly grab your holy symbol, and as you begin to recite your cantrip incantation, a flash of white light beaming off the top of the dragonborn sorcerer's staff.
A little
dagger.
Help.
Off the dagger.
Because I have 2 daggers in my hand.
That's true. One of the daggers is now glowing, the jeweled one. Twice as pretty when it's emanating torchlight.
Nice.
You now can see the...
Thanks for the warning, by the way.
Sorry, I usually just do it when it's dark.
This tunnel goes in just one direction.
One direction.
I'm walking by the tunnel.
Okay. So we'll say for...
Where are the episode threads? They are in announcements, Rebecca. So inside announcements, you should see they are posted by the Apollo bot, which is a very okay bot. It does not have all of the functionality that I wish it did, and it might be on the roadmap depending on the rest of the stuff I do with my bot. It might be on my roadmap. I might post a roadmap eventually for my bot once I actually reveal what it does, because obviously I've been a little cagey about it. So once I actually reveal what the bot does, I might post a roadmap for all the features I want in it. But WF properly casting light on an object. Orion just light. Ugh. Yeah. Minor thing, but it's Orion, so extra annoying. Yeah, I will give that a half a counter, because it didn't initially tip me off, but now that you're saying it, it kind of does. Mostly because he is normally wielding a staff, and it seems like the assumption, even in Matt's description, is that he is always casting it on his staff when he does cast it. However, this gets back into some amount of annoyance in, like, you have to describe it now for an audience. And the way that Orion describes spellcasting is very clipped, very brusque, and not, unfortunately, just like kind of not very D&D, in my opinion. It's all very just like, I am magic, which is sort of spellcast, which is sort of sorcerer vibes, which is, I'm sure, why he chose sorcerer. But a lot of spells still work the same way for every class, which is kind of, if you ask me, kind of lame. I actually do wish that spell lists were smaller, and that there were even, like, class variants for spells. I really, really wish that. I think it would be very cool and actually help the classes feel different. Because I do think that the way that Orion describes light is not the way that light works, and he leaves it up to Matt to essentially fix it. But also he describes light how it feels like it should work for a sorcerer. So I don't know. I go back and forth, which is why I feel confident about half an annoyance, because it is annoying, but I think it is part of the annoyance is the way that D&D is designed, and that he's not playing into the way that D&D is designed. I just hate how he makes his own sound effects, which should be the right of any player, but I don't like it when he does it. I mean, it's what we've talked about quite a few times of there are times where like where Travis Willingham will do things that Orion does, but when Travis does it, I am willing to give Travis the benefit of the doubt, and he has not abused my benefit of the doubt. He has, like, every time I have been satisfied with it after the fact, and sometimes, like, I didn't give Orion the benefit of the doubt, and he proves me wrong, but it's like ratios, right? It's patterns of behavior. Most often, Orion does not prove me wrong. So I'm much more skeptical. Like with the dagger thing. If another player I just spilled. No, I didn't spill. Hell yeah. If another player had done the dagger thing, I would not have thought twice about it. But with Orion, it instantly set me off, and I had to think my way out of why he would have legitimately wanted to do that. It sucks, but like once you kind of like show who you are in certain situations, it becomes hard for people to not see that in others. But which is tough. We should always presume innocence. We should always give people the benefit of the doubt. But it becomes harder the longer you know them. Also true about the staff. Yeah. Also, Orion keeps interrupting other people. WF now is usually Matt with yelling light. Yeah. 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 I actually think I'm getting like calluses on Orion of like, oh yeah, you're right. My mind just kind of scrolls over that now. It's not as annoying as it used to be because I'm just used to it, which is not good. Kind of sucks. Later on down the road, hopefully vague, they start giving special character flavor without changing the base stats. Love that. I truly believe that is something that every spellcaster should do to some degree. I've talked about Eudokia before, and like Eudokia, here I'll show you guys. Eudokia has what's her spell? She has Blade Ward, Mage Hand, Message, Mind Sliver, Mold Earth, Prestidigitation, Shape Water. Obviously, all things that are very easy to flavor as telekinesis or telepathy. But when we get into the later ones, like Hex or Catapult or Bane or Jump or Shield. Shield's a little bit easier, Jump's a little bit easier. But I very purposefully, number one, I pick spells that it is easy to describe as telekinesis and telepathy. But like I flavor all of her spell casting through that lens. So even something like Tasha's Mind Whip, I narrate her like grasping onto the weave and like whipping it like those big long ropes in the gym. I said she like fucking grabs onto the part of the weave that connects her to the other person's mind and fucking just whips that shit. I have a ton of fun describing Eudokia's spells. I never change the base stats. I never asked to change the base stats. But I love flavoring all of them. Even something like Bane and Hex. Like, I talk about, like, connecting a line of weave and grasping onto it and yanking on it or, you know, shit like that. I have a ton of fun explaining how these spells might work within that flavor set. It is one of my favorite pastimes. But anyways.
Sake of marching order. Who all is going in after Torbeer?
I'll go next.
What order? All right. Following Torbeer.
I'll go behind Cash.
All right.
I don't need this at all, but I just wanted to play with it.
Hey, no worries.
That's me right there.
I'll follow. Actually, I'll keep on Torbeer's 6.
Okay.
About I'll stay 15 feet behind him.
15 feet behind? Alrighty. And Caleb, you continue it that way? Alright, so that'll be the marching order.
So I've got my axe out. And may I make a perception check to see what I see? To just see if I can pick up footprint.
Even, oh man, is it not? I guess I haven't been updating her D&D Beyond sheet because she has, oh no, I have. I just didn't scroll down enough. So even Hunger of Hadar, sorry, this just came to me while they were talking. When talking about flavoring spells, this was actually a really fun moment in this campaign. So Hunger of Hadar is a pretty classic warlock spell. You open a gateway to the dark between stars, a region infested with unknown horrors. A 20-foot radius sphere of blackness and bitter cold appears, centered on the point within range and lasting for the duration. This void is filled with a cacophony of soft whispers and slurping noises that can be heard up to 30 feet away. No light, magical or otherwise, can illuminate the area, and creatures fully within the area are blinded. Also, I love the end of the milky otherworldly tentacles. But anyways, I was like, this is very obviously not a telekinesis, not a telepathy spell, and like cannot easily be flavored that way. So I was thinking about this. When I got this spell, I knew I wanted this spell on Eudokia. And I was like, how am I going to like make this work? What am I going to do for it? And I had such a fun moment within a session right after I got the spell, right after we leveled up to level 5. We encountered a set of enemies that I had already decided mentally that Eudokia would be afraid of. And so she kind of freaks out. She gets very scared of the enemies. And she has a spell that she does fairly frequently of not catapult. Sorry, I'm trying to remember all this. Mind sliver. And a lot of times I describe mind sliver as me like poking into their brain and like pulling things apart and like, messing around in their mind. And I talked about how I did that, but I channeled more and more energy into it. I was so terrified that I was ripping apart, attempting to rip apart their mind. And I ripped open the fabric of the universe with my telekinesis, opening up this otherworldly gateway. I think I described it a little bit better in the moment because I kind of planned out a little bit of a speech for it. But I have so much fun doing that, of like challenging myself not only to pick spells within a theme, but if the spell is out of the theme, how do I bring it back in? That's a very fun part of playing a spellcaster for me. One thing I recently thought up for my aforementioned Eladrin, deafness blindness with an effect of lightning thunder that narratively that narratively is the cause of the blindness and deafness. That's super fun. That is really, really fun. The having a specific cause of it that links it back to all of your existing spells. So like, yeah, and that's a great example of how you can make a lightning and thunder damage based person. I'm thinking like instantly like a thunder cleric, kind of like a Thor type figure. And that is such an easy way to flavor the blindness and deafness to still fit within the rest of your magic set. It almost makes you feel like a superhero in a comic that has a very limited set of powers, but they use it to do a lot of things. Like, it feels like, you're only doing a few things. You're just controlling this lightning and thunder, but you're doing it creatively to get all of these different effects. I think that's really cool. That makes a lot of sense. One spell building off another as a stronger variant. Love it. Yeah. So I have a lot of fun with that sort of shit. And after the fight, she was very horrified because the most she had done, like her primary damaging spell before that was catapult. It was just kind of throwing a rock at them. And then she opens this otherworldly portal to a different plane of existence. She had like an episode or two, or not an episode, a session or two arc where she was like really out of it, like really like kind of like a what have I become sort of small arc. And it's still not quite resolved. And I actually don't know where I'm going to take Eudokia. I haven't really decided yet. I have like 3 different things. If I'm thinking of 2 different multi-classes for her, 2 different potential multi-classes, and a solo class. and I'm going to pick it based on which arc I pick. So like there's like a pure warlock arc that I'm thinking of. There's a cleric warlock arc that I'm thinking of. And there's a barbarian warlock arc that I'm kind of ideating. And it'll all be based on whatever, arc I choose will depend on which multi-class I go with, or if I stick with the solo class. But yeah, I don't know. I really like that character just because of how much fun it is to play. But anyways.
Or motion
Certainly.
or whatever.
I also, and again, I don't want to tell people how to play their characters ever, at any point. I think it's very okay to have your character planned out from 0 to 20, regardless of their narrative arcs that they take. But I would maybe encourage, if that's something you're partially interested in, like, start at level 1 with just your backstory and your main class, and that's it. Don't worry about your subclass. Don't worry about potential multi-classes, feats, whatever, and just let the story take you. Like, don't think about, like, I want to be a rogue with this feat later on, then I'm going to take it 4, and then I'm going to take this other feat at 8. Just pick what feels right in the narrative. Not for everyone. I have certainly done I had this whole character planned out from 1 to 20. I've done that more times than I can count, honestly, because I love building characters. But it can be very fulfilling to run a character like that, where they're not built optimally, which is not a bad thing. I don't want to say that building optimally is a bad thing by any means, but it can be very fulfilling to just watch this character grow and gain things that make sense with the history of that character. It can be super fun.
This would be more of a tracking if you're looking for footprints, so that'd be wisdom.
Okay. Oh. So,
Survival.
just a straight wisdom?
The survival. If you're
All right, well, hang on. Not my system. 8.
8, okay. It's hard to tell. It looks like this area is not heavily traversed, and what little bit of sign of footprints there are scattered enough that it's hard to make out a specific print. But I mean, they have been traveled before.
I'm looking over Torbjörn's head and looking for traps as he walks.
All right.
behind. 22.
22, all right. As you guys are walking forward and going through this, you get about 40 feet forward before you catch that there is a slight divot, a small drop in the dirt, and one looks like a section of intentionally placed plate of some kind, like a terracotta plate.
I'm going to go up to the edge of it and try to inspect it, see if I can find a trigger or see how it works.
Okay.
6. And that's, what is that, perception?
Are you checking to see how it works?
I want to see if I can see.
To disarm it?
Yeah.
Okay, that would be with your thieves tool. So
Thieves
this
tools.
would be a dexterity plus your thieves tool. So plus
That's a 19.
19?
Yes.
Okay. As you go to the plate, you stop and look up to the walls to the side. And to each side of the wall, you can see these tiny little holes, these little kind of quarter-sized, gold piece-sized tunnels bored multiple times.
And again, it's so small, and I don't want to harp on it, which is why I try not to. But this is just a good example. This entire session, but especially Liam and Matt's interactions this session, of why the not asking the DM is such a pet peeve for me. Because in D&D specifically, it can just wreck the pace. And it's not big. It's a death by 1,000 cuts. It just extends things that don't need extensions. It puts in filler where it doesn't need it. And it can be so much faster if you just continually, no matter what, just say what you're doing, and then the DM will tell you when you need a check, and they will tell you what the check is. It can just be so much faster. If you want to do the opposite, if you want to do the do the counter, if you want to do the Binti style, which is the exact opposite, the Binti style is the DM never tells you, hey, I want this sort of check. Sometimes the DM will tell you you need to make a check if the action is too risky, but generally the players and the DM are supposed to work together to kind of determine what is risky, and supposed to get a sense for it to the point where the players essentially call for their own roles. And when they call for a roll, the DM, in D&D terms, essentially sets a DC, depending on what their role is. So if he says, my goal is to disarm this with perception, that's a valid thing to say in BitD, and then he just sets a DC for that in his head. So if you want to go that route, you need to lean fully into it, because D&D's not built for it, but you can homebrew that if you want. It's not built for it. I wouldn't recommend it, but you should not do this half in, half out, wishy-washy shit. Matt shared some blame as well because he never corrected their behavior, not on camera anyway. Oh, totally. This is a table problem. Because it's also, originally I was really zoning in on Orion doing it, but it's everyone. They all do it to varying degrees. I think I've actually called out Percy for being a good example of someone that doesn't do it. But they all do it to varying degrees, and it definitely is a table problem that could really accelerate their sessions, really cut out a lot of the chaff if they just tightened up that practice.
Places on both sides of this wall. And you take the plate, you realize this is a pressure plate based trap, and you, taking one dagger, you slightly lift it. The second one you eventually find beneath where the trigger apparatus is, and you gingerly cut each part of these kind of spring-loaded triggers until eventually the plate rises more and more and more, and you remove the last bit. The plate tips over, and the trap itself is disarmed.
Woo! Nice work.
You're welcome.
I mean, well done, Rogue.
It's kind of what I do.
So I keep going down.
All right.
I want to hit a thing.
Alrighty.
That's not a wall.
There is that. All right. Pushing forward, continuing for another 30, 40 feet. You want to
Again.
get down?
12.
12? Okay. Pushing forward for a period of time.
Did Matt even ask for... I don't even know what that roll was for. Wait, did I miss it?
For another 30, 40 feet. You want to
Again.
get down? Okay.
Oh, check traps again. Okay.
12.
12? Okay.
Yeah, that was an established check. Matt asked him. Good. We're all good.
Pushing forward for a period of time. There doesn't appear to be any change. There are no more divots. You're keeping a very close eye for the traps. And as you're walking forward with your axe, as you're stepping forward, you get this weird tickle across your nose, like a spider web of some kind that catches you, and you kind of instantly reach up and brush it away from your nose. As your finger presses against it, it's much sturdier than a spider web. It's a metallic wire. And as you push away, tink, you hear that slight noise. Tiberius, behind you, you hear a grinding of stone.
No way.
And then a loud, poof, a loud slam sound hits, like something extremely heavy just dropped behind you.
Run!
Your eyes glance over your shoulder, and you see what looks to be a fairly rounded boulder.
I dispel Alter Self immediately.
Okay.
So I have longer ass.
Well, Alter Self is gone if you're casting Stone Skin, because that's concentration spell.
This
Oh, that. Well, but it only carries it for a few rounds. It's been a longer time than that.
Like, it's been 50 minutes. Time passed.
Time's passed.
Never mind. I don't do shit.
But yeah, don't worry about that. The stone boulders poof, hit.
Indiana Jones, motherfucker!
Okay. I'm taking it not because of anything specific about how that went down, or like the words that he said, but for the leaning forward and fuck you, dude. Fuck you. And you're wrong. You're wrong and you agree you're wrong and you're being a fucking... What the fuck is that? Come on. Get the fuck out of here. With that sort of behavior. That's something that would have gotten you reverse initiative at my original table. I've been like, don't tap your head at me, boy. We'll have a discussion after this about your head tapping. Yeah. No, thank you. But I do generally, I'm excited for this. I love really classic traps like this of like the boulder rolling, especially for higher leveled parties, because you can put this trap that should essentially insta-kill them. But when they're higher leveled like this, the 11s, the 12s, the 13s, they have so many tools with it that you can throw kind of just a random crazy trap at them and they will almost always figure it out. And that's like something that is really disorienting about running higher level D&D is you kind of eventually just get used to the fact that you can throw things that seem like they should kill the party at them, and it probably just won't. Especially if you use the balancing in the DMG. Like, you can't throw a whole fucking army at them, obviously. That's level 20 shit. But if you DM at that level enough, you start to realize that, like, things that no real human would ever have even a remote solution for are like kind of easily handled. Like, I will be not shocked, but like Keyleth could pretty easily handle this with a wind wall, probably, or like a wind gust or whatever. Maybe not completely handle it, but if I'm running this trap and it's a boulder rolling, if she spends a spell slot every single round pushing that back, I'm going to let it move at half speed or quarter speed or whatever. Maybe even stop it altogether. Who knows? So it's just like, and that's just one person. That's one person's resources, and just the one I can think of off the top of my head. They have so many others. Don't like that aggressive tap face he pulls, especially because a future moment will show how he understands the items. Yeah. So Yep. I agree. That's why he earns an OAC. It's so funny. The OAC was supposed to be there for me to not have to talk through it, but I still like to talk through it when it's something novel, when it's something he hasn't done before. Which he's kind of done that before, but that was I didn't want it to be confused on what I was annoyed about.
Picking up speed with the slow decline of this room. All of you guys, what are you doing?
Run! Run!
You're bolting forward.
I cast fly on myself and fly.
Okay. You cast
back, you're safe.
You cast fly pushing forward. You guys get a little speed, but you notice the boulder is starting to gather steam as it continues down. And the pathway you guys are running is going at a heavier and heavier decline as you push forward.
As I'm flying, I turn around with my ring and I cast slow on the boulder.
Okay.
Is it concentrate? Okay.
Go ahead and make a. Actually, no. This is interesting.
Are you gonna
let me see
fall out
if
of your
slow would
fly?
have a direct effect on this boulder, just because that's something that happens right now that I didn't consider. Unfortunately, it is not a creature, and actually it affects the physical metabolism and like muscle use in an individual. This is just a solid structure and object.
That was such a
As you release the spell, you see the air around it kind of poof and drift a little slower, and the boulder seems to stutter for a moment, but continues to push forward.
Frustrated, I cast Obelisk of Iron.
That was your action.
Damn it! I would like to cast all my spells in succession for the next 10 minutes.
I trust you're going full sprint?
Yes.
Okay, so pushing forward, you all push forward. Tiberius, who has stopped and turned and cast a spell, is not at a full dash, so he trails behind.
Thank you, Will Wheaton. Oh boy! The OAC is back.
Boulder is currently gaining on Tiberius.
I Gandalf it.
So you turn around, you're continuing to fly forward. So you guys use your turn to push forward. Tiberius, the boulder is nearly upon you now. What are you going to do?
Oh, awesome. Is it at least like 10, 15 feet away from me?
It is about 10.
Wait, I'm sorry, what, Matt? Are you not going to give, like Keyleth anything to do? Like, I understand not asking what the fucking dwarf fighter and half-elf rogue, but, like, I understand not asking what they're doing, but, like, Keyleth's not out of spell slots. Kashaw's not out of spell slots. What? Why are we going back to Tiberius? Did I miss something?
5 feet away from you. So you guys use your turn to push forward. So you turn around, you're continuing to fly forward. So you guys use your turn to push forward. Tiberius, the boulder is nearly upon you.
Am I missing something here? Am I being stupid? He literally is like, that was your action.
To push forward.
Frustrated, I cast Obelisk of Iron.
That was your action.
Damn it! I would like to cast all my spells in succession for the next 10 minutes.
I trust you're going full sprint?
Yes.
Okay, so pushing forward, you all push forward. Tiberius, who has stopped and turned and cast a spell, is not at a full dash, so he trails behind. Boulder is currently gaining on Tiberius.
I Gandalf it.
So you turn around, you're continuing to fly forward. So you guys use your turn to...
Matt is just like, you guys all run. Okay. This is a complicated one of like wanting to keep up the pace, which is what I've been getting on him about the entire rest of this time. but you can't single out a single player like this, especially when they just pulled the shit that he just pulled. Like, that's essentially saying, like, hey, that was your action. Everyone else, I know what you're doing, so now let's go back? That was weird. He assumes everyone is dashing. No one said otherwise. Yeah, no one said otherwise, but he was also clipping through that. But Tibbs is going to get crushed if he doesn't do something. Yeah, but... Yeah, I don't know. Addressing Tibbs because Tibbs is the last in line and will be hit first. I see that, but it's this weird cadence of I do something, I try to do another thing, no, I can't do another thing. Now it's my turn to do a thing again. Like that felt weird.
Before Tiberius the Boulder is nearly upon you now, what are you gonna do?
Oh, awesome. Is it at least...
Not even fair. Like, you can even hear in Orion's tone, he's like, oh, wait, what, me? Like, it's just, like, weird and confusing. Like, I don't even know about fair. It's just, like, Matt, did you get confused? I don't know what's going on. I mean, it's also not fair, don't get me wrong, but...
It's like 10, 15 feet away from me?
It is about 10 to 5 feet away from you. You can see it kind of cresting.
That's really fast.
Sweet. As I'm now frustrated, I cast a 5th level spell, and I will cast my Obelisk of Iron. 3 in a row.
Okay. So,
Get through that.
all right, you bring that spell. All of a sudden, the room behind you, out of the stone, pockets of iron ore or whatever material is beneath the earth behind you is brought together into a liquid mass and then shoots up in the center of the hallway behind you. With each one of these pillars slamming into the wall, you guys hear these 3 multiple explosions behind you, and for a brief second, you fear the worst for Tiberius' current status. Immediately following that, you hear a large the impact of stone against iron, and you see the obelisk bend with this horrible...
Okay, the other thing about this that I'll comment about him assuming that they're all sprinting is because they were just all sprinting at first, and then he directly called out the fact that it was gaining on them and that it would overtake them if they didn't do anything. So the assumption is that someone has to do something, otherwise they're all dead. So why wouldn't any of the others want to do that thing? Why are they all just dashing? Weird.
Creaking sound.
Keep running.
Oh, that's some stuff right there.
I don't know.
The sound of the rolling has stopped.
Just don't trust it. We should still get out of this hole.
I can count of it.
Could give way at any moment.
Let's walk, shall we walk? I think we should walk.
That's why I like to walk.
You guys continue moving forward. The decline getting a little more difficult to traverse as you feel yourselves now kind of having to field your arms across the wall or use it for balance to make sure you don't just fall. Also, the moisture in the air begins to grow more and more thick. There's almost some source of liquid at some point down the future has kind of permeated what was originally dusty, dry air with liquid of some kind, and the air itself grows more and more.
You don't need to... Matt, thank you for using touch. Amazing. You don't need to explain the rest of it. That's the whole point of the touch. The touch description, talking about how the air grows more thick, more humid, etc., etc., that explains the very thing that you explained right here. Some source of liquid some point in the future has permeated what was blah, 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 blah. We don't need all that. Just explain the touch thing. It implies that. That's the great thing about touch, is that it explains the inherent nature of this place that we're traversing into, that it's thick, it's difficult to move through. So that implies, people probably aren't really around. It's very humid, it's uncomfortable. We don't need to know all the rest. It implies all of it. I love that he's using touch, but you can cut out the chaff here. That's the great thing about using these other senses, is it allows you to cut out that more wordy explanation.
Kind of permeated what was originally dusty, dry air with liquid of some kind, and the air itself grows more and more rancid in scent. It smells like refuse or rot. It's hard to describe, and it's old, it's musky, it's terrible, and it grows stronger the further you go. As you continue pushing forward, you also feel that the dusty ground is becoming more and more mud-like.
Is it making my hair poof out and look stupid?
A little bit, yeah. You spent all morning.
Like, I never did you well in human climates.
This is why I lived in the mountains.
Is there any light? Any light source? Just this. We're not. There's no natural light. We're not walking towards it.
I'm loving it. I mean, now I'm just nitpicking his successes. I love it. That was a great description. Like I said, could have been a little bit more clippy, but fantastic.
It's just a tunnel into darkness right now.
Does there appear to be any type of plant life?
From what you can tell, there is no plant life at all whatsoever. There is just the moisture gathered on the walls. You can now see are dripping. There is the condensation has given this tunnel more of a mineral pocketed look, and the ground itself is getting more sludgy with each step.
I want to make a. I'm sorry, you're not
No,
done.
go. Oh,
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I was just gonna ask: are the walls like stone or just like chiseled out rock?
Also, fun thing for John. So there's one of my players has anosmia. He cannot smell, and the other last session I described something as smelling like spoiled milk. And he goes to ask, he's like, what he wanted to ask is like, can I tell where the smell is coming from? Like, is it like a directional thing? Is it pervasive? Whatever. And, but he talks in his daily life about smell so little that he couldn't think of how to construct the sentence. So he was like, do I sense the smell in any particular direction? And we were like, do you what? Do you sense it? And he's like, I don't know. How do you talk about smells? And I thought of you, John. But yeah, that was funny.
It feels like it's chiseled out hard earth that has been packed and supported with either small wooden things like that have been set to make sure that it doesn't collapse at some point in time. But a lot of that has either fallen through or has been.
So it could collapse at any time.
Well, if you do any severe damage to its structure, it'd probably be a bad idea.
Right, like drop a boulder.
It's not a mine shaft.
Like drop a boulder down.
Oh, yeah.
Nice.
What were you gonna say?
I would like to make a. You tell me what check it is. What I want to do is look to see. I want to look down into this thick mud kind of stuff. What I'm looking for are tracks, and if I do well enough, I want to see if I can get a sense of like how fast the thing was going. Like, has it slowed down because it's comfortable, or is it still running because it wants to get to it?
Make another survival check.
So I'm underground.
Perfect. That is how the D&D skill check system should work. Right there.
Yeah. Nice.
What were you gonna say?
I would like to make a. You tell me what check it is. What I want to do is look.
I mean, I think he called out specifically that he doesn't normally run D&D, but he's reestablishing himself with the rules. But it is perfect. Like, you tell me whatever check this is or whatever. What I want to do is blank.
Look to see. I want to look down into this thick mud kind of stuff. What I'm looking for are.
What I do, what I'm looking for. What am I doing in the fiction? And also, DM, what is my goal? Those are like the ideal statements for a DM when you think it's going to require a skill check. What am I doing? What's my goal? And then they will tell you what to do.
Tracks, and if I do well enough, I want to see if I can get a sense of like how fast the thing was going. Like, has it slowed down because it's comfortable?
Oh, it's so nice. And like he's, obviously doing a lot, and he's kind of implying a gradient skill check of like, oh, if I do well enough, yada yada, which isn't exactly how D&D works, unless you're using degrees of success, which I do use, but that's an optional rule. So I mean, clearly he's not experienced with the system, but he's just a good enough TTRPG player to give all of that info up front. Like. It's very that's a very good example of like just the base template of how to do skill checks. Already spoiled milk, nice. Yeah.
Or is it still running because it wants to get to it?
Make another survival check.
And then just easy on, and it's so easy for Matt now. Okay, make a survival check. Boop. I don't know if this is on purpose, but asking specifically things like, can I tell if it's sped up or slowed down, is a real question that Matt can think about and answer. Oh, I totally agree. I mean, yeah, I definitely don't think you need, like, as a player, you don't need to lock yourself into binary questions, but I will tell you, you are much more likely to get an answer that is specific and what you want. Because sometimes, if you are not asking a binary question, if you are not asking a question with two options, or, I guess an implied third option of it didn't slow down or speed up, if you limit the amount of acceptable answers or responses, it really helps direct the DM in a way that will get you what you're looking for as a player. If you are vague and open-ended, you will get something. It just might not be exactly what you were looking for. It's much easier to bounce off of, even if you don't give just the answer to that question. Completely. I completely agree, yeah. Limiting your questions, limiting the scope of what you're doing, will get you much more consistent results to what you were actually wanting, to like what your actual goal was.
So
we are on the same wavelength, Restay.
I'm underground.
Actually, as a door, I'll give you advantage on that. So roll again.
Oh, okay.
That makes sense. This is your place.
It's the higher one was a 4.
Okay.
The lower one was a 1.
The higher one was a 4?
Remember what I told you about the Wheaton dice curse? I'm sorry. because no one will believe me. No one ever believes me.
Yeah, you've been taking pictures of all
genuinely.
his fails, so everyone believes
I don't believe him.
And at this point, I'd be
He's right. I don't believe him.
amazed that he hasn't helped us in any way, shape, or form. And cast a perception check of my own.
Sure.
Okay.
I mean, that's more of a joke than anything. I'll let that one slide.
There we go. So let's see. We are at 21.
21. Okay. First thing.
You are useless, for the love of God.
As a pre-existing member of the Slayers taken, the man who is currently set to be the leader of your group, you're really beginning to wonder if this guild is the kind of thing you really want to be joining at this point.
I haven't been in a fight yet.
True.
God forbid.
But looking down, you can see there are no tracks. Actually, this slime has not been traversed in quite some time, and the smoothness of it says that whatever came through here.
Phones at the table, Will.
Didn't leave any footprints.
Fucking hell.
At all.
No. Also, as you guys continue, you reach a point where, especially with your heavy armor, go ahead and make a dexterity saving throw.
Oh no.
You got this.
10. So wait. 13.
Look. D&D is for D&D. You put that shit directly onto do not... you can't see it. Well, you couldn't see it. It's on do not disturb. D&D is for D&D.
13?
You turn that shit off.
Yeah. Okay.
Right?
Yep, that was right.
Okay. You're stepping forward, keeping an eye out, and you kind of look back at the group and take a step, and your foot slips out from under you. Smack! You hit the slime and beginning to slide down the tunnel as part of the decline. You guys watch as your cleric just and Goonie style slide vanishes into the darkness.
Oh, it's our time. It's our time down here.
Shaw has vanished into the darkness, and you hear,
As I see this happen, I run over and I'm like, this looks like a lot of fun!
it runs through the air because you're flying still.
Oh. Has 10 minutes passed? It only lasts for like 10 minutes.
Oh, then yeah, it's
Yeah,
not
I
paid.
forgot the clock.
Yeah, so you just slide after?
Yeah, I go, this looks a lot of fun, and I go on a slide.
Tiberius slides after.
Nice.
Face body first.
And
Across
then
the
I
slime.
see Tiberius going, I go, woo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo! And I go too.
All right. 3 of your party has just vanished into the darkness, hoping that fate will take them to some place of pillows and feathers.
I think I'd rather walk as long as I can.
I think I'm with you.
Yeah.
All right. You guys both make dexterity saving throws.
16.
16.
Oh!
Wow. You both managed to
digits.
slowly make your way down this tunnel.
My
Almost
dex was
using-
18, by the way.
What's up?
My dex was 18, by the way. I don't know if that makes
It doesn't matter. You jumped into it.
Just slide.
Oh, cool.
Perfect.
You
I
intentionally
can't even hear
failed.
you anymore.
Yeah.
You're miles away.
You guys slowly begin to make your way down the tunnel as you can't even hear them anymore. You guys, one after another, sliding down the slime and grime going past you. You smell in the air what sounds like vegetable matter that's been long falling in compost, along with what smells like rancid feces mixed with mold. It's just this.
I just realized I never showed you guys this at the at Hillingsfest. I got this chainmail cube. Did I show you this? It is a 4x4 cube of chainmail, and it's very squishy. Very, very squishy. I fucking agree, Restay. Now, to be fair, it has all been bad smells, which I think are more common to narrate than good fun smells. But I do love vegetable matter falling in the compost, rancid feces, mold. I mean, he's choosing some evocative shit. He's not just like, it smells rotten. He's like the vegetables in the compost. Ooh, the feces, mold. I agree. He described the aroma in the club, which wasn't so bad. That's true. He did. I'd say Matt's rehabilitated. I would agree.
It smells like rancid feces mixed with mold. It's just this terrible, continuously growing scent.
my nose gets.
Until eventually, out of the darkness, because you're ahead of everyone, you're outside of the range of his light spell, the slime stops and there's just air.
Hey, you guys!
And a few moments of this air rushing past you
shit.
is immediately stopped with a wet sound as you impact hard into some sort of heavy, spongy matter. Thankfully, because it's spongy, you only suffer 4 points of damage. So you mark that somewhere on a sheet. Mainly just from the way you land in your armor, like it kind of just sticks into your, where the plates are, and just the impact was bad for your body. But you're now in darkness, looking up, sitting on what feels like you're on some sort of strange compost heap. Looking up, you see in the darkness this small light begin to appear.
Oh no!
And you see this dragonborn.
I'm laughing, by the way. Can I try to, since I hear him laughing, can I try to get out of the way? Okay.
You roll out of the way as the two of you scream down, and with the light that now shines, you can see this is a cylindrical cistern of some kind, like it is a tunnel that is very tall, and you both impact into the same heap.
Shitter's full!
Nice. As we land, I look around. I'm like, oh, that was a lot of fun.
was awesome.
I cast prestidigitation 3 times in a row and clean us all up.
You try and clean what you can, but you guys are like knee to nearly waist deep as you get up and move
Or
around.
at least our faces.
Your faces are clean.
A wonderful smell you've discovered.
And this is, it's a terrible smell. This room is quite honestly a mixture of long rotting food, of dry vegetation that has been discarded here for whatever reason. A lot of it's like hay and thatch that has been just rotting and molding for God knows how many years. And quite honestly, in feces from some indeterminate entity.
I go ahead and
Matt, my brother. That's what the smells were for. We know. Matt, my brother in Christ. Yeah. I already got that. It's like he started doing the thing he was supposed to be doing, but he doesn't know why he's doing it. He's he is learning. That's fair. That's fair. He will. Because it's just, he did it so well. Yeah, overkill. Which is the same thing with the touch earlier. It's like he really wants to get this through. Which is good. I mean, again, now we're nitpicking success. Now we're nitpicking things I like. Because I loved these descriptions, but boy, oh boy, is he beating them into our heads.
Little for myself.
I use my druid craft to take out some of my sage and to kind of light it and kind of
That won't do it.
It's
spread
helping.
some of my sage
Thank
around.
you. You're making it worse. You're making it worse. Now it's smoking.
Now it
and
smells,
poopy.
and I smoke in my eyes, and I just cut it out.
Prestidigitation out of my face.
As you guys are doing this, you guys are making your way down the tunnel, and you have a ways to catch up to them. You do hear.
We do.
You hear this, and as you look around with the light, you can see little bits of movement kind of leaping through this heap.
Insects, root, vermin, or whatever that's.
No, it certainly isn't Restay. I would try to tend towards redundancy with variation of you are communicating the same idea but multiple different ways, kind of like the clues each having kind of 3 sub-clues. I would tend towards that, but also you're right. You want to, especially if it's important, you want to communicate it several different ways. But this is a little much. But I do agree with you.
It's gonna be wonderful.
Then suddenly, thrusting out of the center of this heap, you see what looks like a large arm or tendril, kind of brownish
It's
tan in
the
colors,
Sarlacc pit. No,
slams
not the Sarlacc
onto
pit.
the
The Sarlacc pit's the anus in the desert, right? This is the creature in the trash. Oh my God, it's Star Wars. This is the creature in the compost, or not compost, but the sewage chute. Oh my God! It's just Star Wars. This is Star Wars. That's crazy. So, like, if someone's saying, I prestidigitate the slime, Matt might be like, okay, maybe they don't appreciate that, and they're just inside tons of actual shit. Let's check. Wait, what? The Starlight Pit is in the desert. The one-eyed creature was in the Death Star. The one-eyed creature. That was what it was. If they're in tons... Yeah.
The side of it. The second one.
Oh, shit. I go invisible.
All right.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think I get what you're saying, Reese. Like, yeah, like taking those moments to reinforce the theme and the vibe. Yeah.
Right.
You gotta help. Where the hell?
At which point you now see emerging from it the two of these giant tendrils, which they end are covered in these long teeth-like spines, kind of grasping the sides of this stone cylinder, pulling itself out of the refuge, shaking as it pulls itself forward. You now see the body that contains it with 1/3 central tendril that rises up with what looks like creepy eyes or nose holes that are kind of looking around and glancing at both of you. And you see emerging beneath that the body, this large 8 to 10 foot thick, wide, covered in just slime body that is this gargantuan toothy maw that opens up with a tongue that lolls out. And that's where we're gonna go ahead and end today's session.
Damn it!
Oh, mark the toothy maw on our bingo cards right before we leave.
We pick up next week, right where we left off. You guys slowly making your way down the tunnel. We'll pick up at that next time.
So
Toothy Maw is where we end it. Toothy Maw.
tentacly brown, twitchy eyeball, toothy maw.
Yep.
That's all we know.
That's all you know. And some sort of strange sound and other small things.
Do you give out prizes for the most ones rolled in a night? Because I'm pretty sure I won that.
I do. And for that prize, I give you a fancy yellow D20.
Thank you. That's great. Does it have all ones on it?
Shit. Yeah. How'd that happen?
Oh, that's been your problem the whole.
That's been the problem with Will Wheaton's curse. Okay. Well, it is 10 o'clock. We actually made really good time. Oh, well, I mean, good time. I will probably, just by default for next episode, I will probably keep it on 1.25. Oh, there's post-session. Oh, 313. Oh, I see. Everyone jokes and talks about the session they just had. Oh, yeah. We'll watch the rest of this. But yeah, for next session, I will probably keep it on 1.25 at base and probably move it up to 1.5 because I don't think I'll get through a full session otherwise. Because we started at 5:30, it's 10, so that was 4.5 hours for about an hour and a half of content. So we're going to keep it at a higher playback speed next time, but...
Congratulations, you've won imploding self-esteem.
That's stacks, right? Because I already have that. I mean, it would be silly if I couldn't, I can... Is that an ongoing, or... Because that's a feat I took when I started.
Yeah, I tried to tell you not to take that, but character flavor is important.
Listen, it's a class feature. It's an actor's class feature.
After enough time, you can suck people into it.
Well, guys, thank you so much. I think that was
amazing.
It was a fun first round.
This is awesome.
Got one more session with you guys.
Yes. So what did you think of your first game?
It was incredible. Nothing should be this fun. Seriously, this is so much fun.
It's kind of ridiculous.
Awesome.
Well, guys, thank you. I'm so glad you can join us. I'm excited for next week.
Heck yeah.
And thank you guys for tuning in. Hope you're enjoying it as much as we are.
Coming
and watching. I hope you.
Nothing should be that fun. Nothing should be.
Are there any other closing comments you guys want to bust out tonight before we?
Really fun and really weird to be on this side of that screen. so odd for me, and just to play a character who's so different from the characters I used to play before I DM'd all the time.
Right.
It's weird to be a guy who just doesn't think about stuff and is not particularly charismatic. And anyway, people who have thought about playing or want to play RPGs. When we were rolling up this guy, I was so excited when I got what did I roll for it? Anyway, he's got a -1. I rolled an 8 for his charisma, and I was so excited because I was like, well, now I know exactly who this guy is.
Yep.
I know exactly who he is, and he's going to be really fun to be him. And it was really great. It was really fun to come and. I found out about your game because Liam directed me in a voice session. And I want to go play on your show so much.
Well, now it is done. Dreams do come true.
They do.
And then we smash them.
Now roll a 1 and get us out of here.
I'll try, but since it's not going to count, I don't know.
Yeah, 20. 19.
See you next week, 7 p.m. on the Twitch stream. Have a wonderful
Night.
week.
Since it doesn't count, it's a 19. That's pretty good. Oh man, I could try to be in the kayfabe. I could try. Oh, that is funny. Oh man, I mean, I can tell you, it is. I went from, I DM'd for, I think 5 years, 6 years before I ever played. And then I've played in a handful of campaigns since. But I definitely think it's interesting. It's kind of like both sides of the coin of like rolling your stats and then determining your personality. One of the reasons I like Point Buy is because I like to determine the personality of my character in concert with their class, with their background, everything. Like everything you decide at level 1, I like to do that all at the same time, which is why I like Point Buy, because then I can put my 8 in the thing that makes sense, right? But that is a very interesting thing of like rolling out an array and then making a character off of that is very fun. That is very fun. This man can pretend Kima is the big bad for 15 episodes straight, but he can't go along with a real dice curse. Okay. Here's the shit about that Restay is for about 14 of those episodes, I believed it. That's the real thing, is that it was not pretend for a vast majority of those episodes. I actually thought I had cracked it for several of them, and then for another few, I was like, probably for like 12 of those episodes, I thought I'd cracked it. I was like, fucking genius. And then for like 3 or 4 of them, I was like, okay, maybe this is wrong, but like, what if it was right though? So, I don't know. IRC, it's Mary in the background with Steve Blum? Wait, what?
It's not going to count.
Get us out.
Want to be like one before I really.
Yes.
It's Mary! Who's that guy? Who's Steve Blum?
Steve Blum, everybody.
Starscream himself is here.
That's Starscream? Dude, what a crazy life it would be to be these people. That's crazy. Stats on the next episode: 2 hour first, 141 second. That's not too bad. That's not too bad at all. I hope that we won't have problems getting through it. I really hope so. I don't like doing 2-parters, so I gotta figure out how to. I also thought about having an on-screen element to be like, to like kick me out of my monologues, like a little timer for myself, or maybe I'll get like a big hourglass and I'll put it like right here. That could be fun. Of when I start talking about something that isn't directly related to the video that we're watching, I just tick the hourglass. I might do that. That physical prop might be a little bit better. We'll see. If I see an hourglass somewhere, maybe I'll buy it. Also, a couple of post-session moments, and then a timestamp in case we miss the OAC. Yeah, sounds good. Cool. Well, part 2 has a lot of combat, so it should go by faster. Oh, if it's pretty combat heavy, yeah, I'm not too worried about it then. Because, yeah, if it's combat heavy, we'll be on 1.5, so it should go by faster. Steve is also Mary's husband. I mean, that makes sense, I guess, why he's just, like, there. Fair enough. Shot caller on the chat controls. Oh, my gosh. Yeah, I'm trying to think. Fuck. Every time I think about a cool thing, because I was like, I would just buy a shot caller. I've shocked myself with a shot collar before. I've gotten tased like I'm not against it. And I'm just thinking to myself, like, shot callers have to be incredibly simple internally. They have to be. It's just what it has to be. Like, I can't think of what would be complicated about them. I could buy a little Arduino Mini. I could strap it to the side there, and I could put a Bluetooth module on it. God, I have so many ideas that require, like, super chats. Because I wouldn't want to directly hook that up to controls, but I would let people shock me for money. That's just the fact of the matter. And it would not be that hard to set up, honestly. I've looked through the API documentation for live streams. It's very straightforward. I could create a little local app that would just monitor super chats, but I don't get super chats and like all of that until 500 subs, which I don't think is coming soon. It was a joke, you masochist. But was it though? I have so many ideas like that for chat interaction. My God, no. Would YouTube TOS be okay with that, lol? No, it's not a shot collar. It's a dog training device. It's a dog training device, and I'm just dancing whenever someone super chats. It's like an NPC stream. I see the super chat and I go, oh, banana good, banana so good. Oh man, we get into like a weird postmodern like satire of the NPC streams that is actually just wrapping around to being fucked up. Mega were in public. Oh man. I have a lot of bad ideas for content. It's like the 72-hour stream where it's like, I probably shouldn't have done that, but honestly, it was fine in retrospect. It really wasn't that bad. Not gonna lie, not the first time I've heard that suggestion actually entertained by a streamer in the last couple days. Getting shocked isn't that bad. That's the thing about it, is it's not that bad. I'll get shocked. I have a lot of ideas. Okay, on a more or not necessarily serious note, but on a more less masochistic like stream punishment thing, I do think I'm going to start with Critical Role Bingo. I think I'm gonna start doing a little bit of workout type stuff. So like I have this free weight. Oh no, okay, well it's stuck. I don't know how I did that, and ignore how dirty it is. Obviously I don't use it very much. But I used to be, this is fun Megaphone Man lore. I used to be kind of yoked. Not like crazy, but I was pretty buff. And then I got very heavy. I gained a bunch of weight during the pandemic. Oh, I got it out. Okay. Gained a bunch of weight. And now I've lost all the weight, and I'm like more towards my ideal weight. Honestly, a little bit under, and I don't want to be, but them's the breaks. And I want to start working out more. And so I have this free weight, and the fun thing about this free weight, especially when it comes to what we could do with content, is each of these plates is 5 pounds. So it can hold up to, or actually, I think each of the plates, I actually don't know. Each of the plates might be 2.5, and I think together they add up, because these are both 10. Wait, I have to think about this. Yeah, okay. I think each plate is 2.5. But I want to somehow work this into CR Bingo of like every time I mark off, I have to do like, some certain exercise, and then we can exercise together at home. because the way that I lost a lot of weight was I used to watch Brian David Gilbert's stream. It was literally the first stream I ever watched. I don't really watch streamers all that much. I mostly watch like long form stuff, like long like YouTube videos and shit. But Brian David Gilbert's bicycling streams while he played Outer Wilds. I would watch that every single morning, and I had a little under-the-desk peddler that I would do with it. And so I've been trying to think of some stuff, and I've talked to my wife, I've talked to some friends about how I could do it, and I think I don't love the concept of exercise as a punishment. Like, I think that just, like, generally and philosophically, that's not a good mindset to be in. But I also don't know of another way to make it into content that is not just like, hey, let's work out together, which is not my vibe. Not my vibe at all. So I think I'm going to make this some sort of CR bingo, and I might even make, it to where it's like, okay. Oh, wait, what the fuck? Sorry, one second. Where maybe, like, we start the exercises on, like, this. Like, with, like, one plate each. And maybe we do, like, an exercise on, like, maybe a time interval, even. I don't know yet. Or maybe I just do some manner, like, maybe, like, some set whenever we check a box. And then every time we get a bingo, I have to go up a weight set. So it's like if we get, like, one row of bingo, I have to, like, put the next two plates on. I don't know. I've been thinking about this. If any of you guys have any thoughts or ideas around some sort of workout content that you would like to see, I don't want it to be like a, wow, look at my ripped bod. But it's like, I believe in working out, like, as just something that is good for your body, good for your health. Being stronger is good for you. And like, I'll give a quick example of, like, my philosophy and my beliefs on that. I used to have really, really weak ankles. I've talked about this very briefly, but my ankles were really, really weak. I just have naturally weak ones. And there was a period right before I got married where I rolled my ankle to the point of, like, debilitation. Like, I couldn't walk type rolled on it. I rolled it 4 times in a month and a half. And it was like a really negatively affecting my life. And I went to the doctor, we talked about it, and he was like, you're super young. You're definitely not going to fucking, like, we're not going to replace your ankles. Your ankles also don't need to be replaced. He was like, what needs to happen is you need to work on your flexibility in your ankles and your strength in your ankles. Because he's like, your ankles need to have enough flex to where your strength can hold them from rolling. And I worked on it for the next, like, 3 years. So in between, during all of my other weight fluctuations, I was working on my ankle strength. And now, that's why I do the L shit now, is I started doing this when I was trying to stretch my ankles and strengthen my ankles constantly, because I was trying to stretch out my Achilles tendon. And now I was just walking around at this festival, and there were, like, 3 or 4 times where I was like, oh, like, 5 years ago, I would have rolled my ankle there. Like, I would just, like, step on a curb. I would just step on a curb, and it would roll, but it was just strong enough to stay tight. I'm not here to give a fucking lecture or whatever. But that is my general philosophy on strength, is that just, like, being strong just makes life easier and makes you way less prone to injury, especially if you combine it with really good flexibility. So one of the things I'm thinking about is developing a set that involves some strength building, some calisthenics, some yoga, like some stretching, and we build it in to the content somehow so that we can all do it together. So like I did with Brian David Gilbert's stream of, like, I was watching him be entertaining, be himself, play Outer Wilds. So, there was an entertaining piece of content there, along with the exercise that helped me accomplish my own personal life goals. That's kind of what I'm looking to do here. So I'm looking to maybe do something, like, pretty generic of, like, easy arm workout. You know, like those sorts of triggers. And then I'll do whatever it is on my end. You guys can do whatever it is on your end. And, you know, we can work on being strong and having fit, healthy bods all together. Meg from Hercules. I am Meg. Welcome. I'll take Meg's hips. I'll tell you what. But no, it's yeah, I don't know. So that's something that's on my mind that I might try to work into CR Bingo. If you guys have any other ideas, feel free to throw those in submissions for content. Otherwise, I'm thinking about it. It's on my brain. So you might see some things about it in the future. But yeah, that's about it. Hopefully, I'll be able to get back about how unlikely the dice curse is. We'll see. We'll include... Oh, I wonder if the 19 is included. We'll do one with or without the 19. But yeah, so should be good, and we're gonna be playing Baldur's Gate 3 tomorrow. Critical Role on Wednesday, Baldur's Gate 3 on Thursday, Critical Role on Friday. It's gonna be great. That's why I made myself a potion tonight. I gotta keep the voice fresh. And I will see you all later. It's so weird getting off this early. It's so weird getting off at 10:15. I feel like I should still be going. Like, I feel like I have an hour and a half more. Like, my mind and body are still jazzed up. But I need to pace myself. I need to take the early off. But I had a great time. I hope you all did too. Loving the BG3 music forever. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It's so funny. I can't even hear it. I kind of forget that it's playing. I don't know. I honestly don't know why I can't. Oh, because I turned monitoring off. But yeah. So, love you all. I will see you tomorrow for some Baldur's Gate. And I'll see you here on Wednesday for more Critical Role. Peace and love. See ya. 30 plus suggestions for the bingo card right now. Oh, fuck yeah. We're going to be able to have like different boards every time. That's going to be so sick. Oh, you guys are so dope. Oh, yes. I know this is a really minor version of it, but this sort of feels... I think it's a really small sliver of what they must have felt like, you know, with like the merch selling out. Of like, I thought I would get like 2. So that is super cool. You guys are super cool. And I'll talk to you later. Bye.